Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. You may please resume your seats. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinguished privilege indeed to, on behalf of the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, welcome you all to the center of the world where the best jollof still reigns. Cheers, though, to Nigeria for most recently winning the Guinness record for the largest pot of jollof ever cooked. Congratulations on that. We all know Nigeria know they carry last, not so. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me also to, on behalf of the former President of Nigeria, His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, and his foundation, welcome you to the 6th Democracy Dialogue under the theme, Why Democracies Die. We're coming to you live from the Accra International Conference Center. So, do democracies ever die? Today, we have been invited by the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation to reflect on our collective and individual democratic journeys. In what ways has democracies been beaten, battered, bruised, usurped, killed even? But most importantly, in what ways have some democracies clawed back from the brink? Over the next few hours, this is going to be our task. The great revival or resurrection of our democracies. What must we do to achieve sustainability? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to Ghana. Before I invite the Executive Director of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation to set the tone for today's dialogue, permit me to take a couple of minutes to acknowledge the dignitaries who have gathered here with us this morning. First, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the President of Ghana, His Excellency John Ejumora Dramani Mahama. A round of applause. I'd like also to acknowledge the esteemed presence of the former President of Nigeria, under whose auspices we are here today, His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan. I'd like also to acknowledge another former President of the Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo. And in no particular order now, I would quickly go through our other distinguished dignitaries. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Kadir Ouedraogo, former Prime Minister of Burkina Faso and former President of ECOWAS Commission. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Ghana's Chief of Staff, the Honorable Julius Debra. I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of the Chief morning. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of His Excellency Musa Faki Mohammed, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. His Excellency Bankole Adioye, AU Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security. His Excellency Omar Aliu Toure, President of ECOWAS Commission. His Excellency Godwin Obaseki, former Governor, Edo State. Erastus Mwencha, former Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, keynote speaker, is here in our midst. We also have members of our Parliamentary Select Committee on Foreign Affairs who are in our midst. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of members of the diplomatic missions and international organizations who are here gathered with us. To our various CSOs and think tanks, academia, who are also here, we acknowledge your esteemed presence. We acknowledge the presence of the chair and general secretaries of our various political parties. Chiefs of security agencies in our midst, we acknowledge your presence. Chiefs and Queen Mothers, we acknowledge your presence. And to wrap up this first round, I'd like also most graciously to recognize the presence of Professor Julius Ionveri, leader of the Federal House of Representatives, representing the Speaker of the Nigeria House of Representatives. Please, with a round of applause. We also acknowledge the serving and former members of the Nigerian National Army who have gathered here in their numbers. Also, the Bayelsa State delegation, led by the Bayelsa State Deputy Governor, Senator Lawrence Eyajoko, who is representing the governor also of Bayelsa State. Please recognize his presence. We have also been joined graciously by the Ijaw National Congress members. Where are you? Please acknowledge their presence as well. And we also have in our midst serving and former members of the Nigerian National Assembly, also His Excellency Chief Dr. Mike Ogiadome, former Chief of Staff of President Goodluck Jonathan and former Deputy Governor, Edo State. We also have His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi, a former governor of Anambra State in Nigeria, also a former presidential candidate. And also, to all traditional rulers from Nigeria present, we recognize your esteemed presence. Please pardon if I've left anyone out at present. I will redeem myself in the other parts of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'd like now to invite to come up stage Ms. Anne Iyonu, Executive Director, Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, to set the tone for the 2025 Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue. Please welcome Ms. Anne to the podium.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you to the 2025 edition of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation Democracy Dialogue. This annual gathering is a testament to the Foundation's enduring commitment to strengthening democratic governance, fostering peaceful political transitions, and promoting accountability across the African continent. Over the years, the Foundation, the Democracy Dialogue, has grown into a vital platform for reflection, engagement, and strategic action, bringing together voices from across the African continent to interrogate the state of our democracy and chart pathways towards its renewal. From our inaugural dialogue in 2021, themed the unity of states, to the 2023 Breaking New Grounds in Democracy Development Nexus in Africa, to last year's exploration of education and leadership as catalysts for development. Each edition has addressed pressing challenges confronting democratic systems in Africa, from the erosion of public trust and institutional fragility to the increasing importance of good governance, education, and development. Today, we gather under the theme, Why Democracies Die. A timely and necessary inquiry into the structural and systemic factors undermining democratic resilience both within Africa and globally. Around the world, it's no longer news that around the world there is a rise of authoritarianism, and then there's a decline of trust in the democratic process. There is also the gradual and systemic silencing of free speech, as well as the sustained weakening of democratic institutions. The problem is not just that democracies are undermined, it is also that autocracies are becoming more popular despite their repressiveness and aggressiveness. While our past dialogues have deepened our collective understanding of democracy's evolving landscape, today we continue that journey, delving into the roots of democratic decline, from weakened institutions and electoral malpractice to external influences and shrinking civic spaces. Today we are here to confront uncomfortable truths, interrogate the internal and external forces that distort democratic promises and compromise the social contract between governments and citizens. This dialogue, it's not only a forum for diagnosis, but it's also a crucible for solution. I'm going to say a proverb here, so permit me my Jua a enyawo ebewo enyi yetu ase yesensen ano. For those of you who don't understand what I just said, it means that one does not sharpen the stick that would like to pierce his eyes. Instead, he uproots it. You do not aggravate an issue that is bad. You try to remedy it. Therefore, our gathering here today is a call to action. We should envision a future where democracy does not merely survive or persevere, but is rejuvenated and strengthened through inclusive leadership, institutional integrity, and active citizens' participation. It is our hope that at the end of the day, our deliberations will help unpack the theme of this year's dialogue, Why Democracies Die, toward democratic renewal and institutional reform, ensuring that governments across Africa are responsive, transparent, and accountable. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Ms. Anne Iyonu, Executive Director, Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. I won't attempt to repeat the Akan proverb. We are still dealing with an Obake and Akwaba debate. So if you came to Ghana, Akwaba is what you're all commonly greeted, isn't it? So let's say Akwaba to each other. Please say Akwaba to each other. And in the Ga language where we sit this morning, that will be Obake. Let's try that. Obake. Turn to your neighbor and say Obake. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Would now invite for a goodwill message His Excellency Omar Aliu Toure, President of ECOWAS Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, shall we welcome the President of the ECOWAS Commission. Yes, please.
Your Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President and Head of State of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency former President Goodwill Jonathan, Your Excellency former President Olusegun Obasanjo, Excellencies, Chief of Staff, Honorable Ministers, traditional rulers, ambassadors, representatives of international organizations, it is indeed an honor for ECOWAS to take part in this important dialogue. And I was complaining to the organizers this morning that I have been trapped because I just got to know about my participation as a speaker only 5 minutes ago. But nonetheless, I would like to thank the organizers and the government of Ghana for hosting us. This is an important dialogue that ECOWAS cannot afford to miss. Excellencies, this forum is taking place at a very crucial moment when the security and the governance landscape of our region is undergoing profound changes. By many counts, this forum provides a unique opportunity to share perspectives, foster meaningful dialogue, and co-create solutions for advancing a renewed democratic agenda that prioritizes social cohesion, public trust across the region. It is in this context that we look forward to the outcome of this forum, which I am confident that will include innovative strategies to enhance democracy, social cohesion, and citizens-state relations, as well as the advancement of governance through stronger democratic institutions that will promote accountability, discipline, and delivery. Yes, accountability, discipline, and results are values that we cannot overstress. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by sharing my personal thoughts about the theme of this dialogue: why democracies fail. You see, Excellencies, for many, democracy is all about elections. But what a narrow and dim view of democracy. Democracy, Excellencies, is about accountability. It is about discipline. It is about results. Therefore, unless accountability governs citizens and government relationships, unless discipline permeates our social fabrics, and unless results drive our public engagement, we as Africans will continue to sit on gold mines. We will continue to sit on gold mines and gas and oil wells, but we will always continue to wallow in poverty. In conclusion, Excellencies, I have 3 points. Democracy, or any system for that matter, will die if it does not deliver results. Democracy, or any system, will die if it does not promote accountability. Democracy, or any system, will die if it does not promote discipline. Accountability, results, and discipline You take them from any system, whether it is a secular system or a religious system, they die. If we get out of this room with additional prescriptions, we will be adding value to what we are here for. Excellencies, I wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause to His Excellency Omar Toure, President, ECOWAS Commission. We'd like to also invite to come up and share some remarks and reflections with us the former President of Nigeria, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo. Your Excellency. Whilst His Excellency makes his way to the podium, I recall several decades ago, sir, I had applied to travel to one of these Western countries during a vacation, and I was bounced. And the reason was that I hadn't traveled out of Ghana before. A few months later, we attended Nigeria for the first time to attend a youth conference, and we were taken to the Obasanjo farms in Nota. So Nigeria is my gateway to Africa. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, my brother, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency, my brother, the former President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Goodwill Jonathan, and who is the owner of the foundation that has brought us together. I was not supposed to be talking to you now, but the executive director of Goodwill Jonathan Foundation came to me as I was sitting by Bishop Kukah, who is supposed to give a keynote address. I was supposed to have a fireside chat, and I was prepared for that. I don't know where the fire will come from, but I was prepared for a chat. Then she came to me and said, "Do you mind saying something now?" I said, "But you did not warn me that I will be saying something now." She said, "You should say something." Well, before I was then thinking, what should I say? What should I do? And I want to seek advice from the man on my left, and that's Bishop Kukah, to say, "Bishop Kukah, what do I say?" And I thought he would probably be saying, "Say in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit." And even before I could ask him, then the lady, who is the mistress of the ceremony, called me up. And you see me coming up feeling unprepared, untutored. Yes. And I listened to the president of ECOWAS, who ended on 3 notes. I will start on 3 notes too. And probably we will deliberate more on those 3 points as the day goes by. Democracy dies because democracy has refused to be reformed. There are three aspects of democracy that cannot continue to exist the way it was as defined by the American president. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. And in that definition, democracy is meant to be all people's action. And if democracy will not die and be buried, not just die and be buried, democracy must be reformed in context, in content, and in practice. In my part of the world, we have a saying that the thing that killed the vegetable is the insect in the vegetable. The thing that is killing democracy, and will kill it, is the practice of democracy. All the essentials that should be part and parcel of democracy are being ignored or are being bastardized in such a way that democracy has failed to deliver. And democracy cannot deliver unless it is reformed. And if it's not reformed, it will not only fail, it will die, and it will be buried. And yet, there's not any real substitute for democracy as it was originally designed. Government of the people, all the people. What we have now is not government of the people, it's government of some people, by some people, over all the people. And they talk of government democracy as government of the majority. If you talk of government of the majority, what do you do with the minority? Then minority is not part of the people. I hope as we go on today, we will deliberate on this, and probably we will find a means by which we will put new life into democracy through democratic reform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And let me take a moment to recognize the presence of the Speaker of the 55th Legislature House of Representatives of the Republic of Liberia, Honorable Richard Nagbe-Kun. Honorable, we acknowledge your presence. And we also recognize the presence of the Nigerian community in Ghana who are represented here, and to the future of our democracy, the students from the Accra High Senior High School and Osu Presbyterian School who are here, the bridge to the future. Let's give them all a round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite the presence of our host, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, to deliver his opening remarks, please.
Thank you, Shamima. Thank you. Please resume your seats. Thank you very much. Let me proceed on established protocol. I think my daughter Shamima has acknowledged everybody. And so I'll just say a few preliminary words about the subject, and then after that I'll read a very short speech that I've been given. As a student of history, I always like to go back into the past. And we've had various stages of the development of our democracy. And every stage is important because we have to take lessons learned in order that we come out better. And so the first stage was the liberation of the African continent, of which Ghana played a very significant role. Yeah, Ghanaians, you can clap for that. And actually became the launch pad of the African liberation movement. As young children, we knew that Kaunda, Mugabe, and all of them lived in Ghana and held Ghanaian passports, diplomatic passports, to prevent them from being harassed or arrested. And so there was the excitement that if we came under self-rule and we governed ourselves, prosperity will naturally come. Unfortunately, Ghana, again, the pioneer in most things, quickly dispatched our first president in a coup, and then our Nigerian cousins also followed, and all the other countries followed. And our countries went under military rule. It's been a rotating window of military governments return to constitutional democracy, military governments return to constitutional democracy. And in Ghana's case, of course, we had the NLC, the National Liberation Council, and then we had the Progressive Party government, UP government under Dr. Buzia. Then, of course, the National Redemption Council, the Supreme Military Council, then to the Third Republic under the PNP, Dr. Liman. Then came the June 4, and back to democracy, and then 31st December. After a long period under military rule, we came to a consensus, and it was like the Arab Spring for Africa, where we decided that we had had enough of military dictatorship, and that the people will be better served by democratic and constitutional governance. And so one by one, African countries began to pivot back to constitutional rule and democratic governance. But the thing is, democratic governance guarantees the rights and freedoms of the people, which is true, but in themselves will not bring opportunity and economic prosperity unless you abide by certain principles. And so Ghana went back to constitutional democracy in 1992. There was a lot of excitement about it. President Rawlings became the first civilian president of Ghana, followed by President Kufuor. And since then, it's been a revolving door of NDC at one time for 8 years, MPP 2 comes for 8 years. But for those who attended my inauguration, if you were not on the Black Star Square and we had locked you in a room and you could hear the announcement of the acknowledgement of the presidents who were coming up to greet me, you'd have noticed that the loudest applause was for the countries that have overthrown democracy and are under military dictatorship. That should give us a pause for thought. That should make us think. And that should make us ask ourselves questions about why democracies die. And that's why the topic of today is relevant. What are the things we need to do to sustain democracy? Democracy will not survive by itself if we don't work for it. And like Omar Toure said, whatever system of government you have, autocracy, democracy, theocracy, whatever, if it does not deliver opportunities and prosperity to the people, it will not survive. And so the excitement was clear that the excitement had completely disappeared, because all the Afrobarometer surveys and all the other surveys they did, and in many of these surveys they added the question, do you prefer democratic government or would you support a coup d'etat? And it was frightening to notice that a lot of our young people said they would prefer to live under a military government. And so that should give us pause for thought. And that is why I said that we need a reset of our democracy. We need a reset of our economy. We need a reset of our governance. We need to make our governance accountable. And that's why I say anybody who wants to serve in public office must be prepared to account to the people. The people are tired of the corruption. They are tired of misgovernance. They are tired of the lack of opportunity. And that is why, for those of us who believe in democracy, we must continue to take the advantage of dialogues like this to see what is wrong with our implementation of democracy so that we can make a reset that makes the youth continue to have faith in democratic governance and not romanticize unconstitutional government. So these are just a few words I thought we'll talk about, but also to mention the role of the new media. We don't have the traditional TV and radios as the main source of information now. Anybody puts a camera in front of his face and can make a commentary on anything. And so there again, how do we accommodate the new media in democratic consolidation? Maybe that might be the topic for the next democracy dialogue. And I think the executive director will take note of that. But this is the little speech I wrote, and so I'll go through that and just put my points on record. On behalf of the people and government of Ghana, I extend a warm welcome to you all. And I say Akwaba, what's that, Obake, Wezon, Sandezua. I mean, all our languages have the word welcome, and I think we accommodate everybody. It is our privilege and an honor to host the 2025 Democracy Dialogue. And we owe a debt of gratitude to President Goodluck Jonathan, who has been a towering pillar and whose life embodies the struggle for democracy, peace, and progress in Africa. And through this dialogue, he continues to remind us that democracy is not self-sustaining. It must be nurtured and defended. And I wish to thank all the important people who have come, President Olusegun Obasanjo, Peter Obi, and I mean too many to mention, to lend your presence to this all-important dialogue. Our theme, Why Democracies Die, is not a verdict but a warning. It forces us to confront uncomfortable truths. Around the world, democratic systems are under strain. Václav Havel, the Czech statesman, once observed, democracy is not something that occurs once for all. It must be fought for every day. That is precisely the spirit of this dialogue we're undertaking. History offers us sobering lessons. In Latin America, democracies collapsed under juntas in the 70s, but later renewal came through truth, reconciliation, and strong institutions. In Asia, South Korea and Taiwan showed how democracies can thrive alongside economic growth, while Myanmar warns of reversals when militarism overwhelms institutions. In Europe, the rise of fascism in the 1930s teaches us how despair and demagoguery can corrode democracy. In the United States, Abraham Lincoln's immortal words still echo. He says, "Governments of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth." And yet, government of the people, by the people, for the people, survival is never guaranteed. Ghana has earned recognition as a beacon of democracy in Africa. And since 1992, we've witnessed peaceful transitions, a vibrant media, resilient civil society. But let us be candid. Some negatives in our politics threaten survival of democracy. Inequality, lack of opportunity for young people, monetization of our politics, misinformation, and all others pose grave risks to the survival of democracy. Kwame Nkrumah once warned, and I quote, he said, "Freedom is not something that one people can bestow on another as a gift. They claim it as their own, and none can keep it from them. Our people claim their freedom, but we must guard it jealously." This was Kwame Nkrumah. You could change freedom and put democracy, and it will be the same thing. So my question is, why democracies fail and why democracies die? The first one is weak institutions that fail to protect the rights of the people. The second is corruption and elite capture that erodes the trust of the people in democratic governance. The third is exclusion and inequality that alienate portions of the citizenry. The fourth is leadership deficits that squander legitimacy of governments. And the fifth is external pressures that exploit the vulnerability in democratic systems. And so, to renew democracy, we must do certain things. Of course, the first one is that we must strengthen institutions, independent courts, parliaments, and our electoral bodies. The second is that we must deliver development, because democracy without development, democracy without roads, democracy without schools, hospitals, and jobs will always be at risk. The third, we must educate our citizens. For us, Thomas Sankara said, and I quote, he said, "A soldier without political education or ideological training is a potential criminal." The same is true of leadership without ethical grounding. The fourth, we must protect media and civic space. A free press is democracy's immune system. We must also build regional solidarity, because the fall of democracy in one nation weakens democracy in all other nations. As host, Ghana recommits to upholding democracy not just in rhetoric, but in practice. We'll defend the independence of our institutions, we'll support free expression, and we'll continue to stand with ECOWAS in promoting democratic governance across West Africa. Distinguished citizens, democracy dies when citizens lose faith, when leaders abandon integrity, and institutions succumb to capture. But democracy can be renewed when citizens rise to defend it. And as the former Czech President Havel said again, and I quote, he said, "The salvation of this human world lies nowhere else than in the human heart." The survival of democracy depends on us, leaders, citizens, institutions, and for us choosing courage over complacency. And so let this dialogue in Accra be remembered not as a lament for dying democracies, but as a rebirth of hope. Let us leave here with a renewed determination to safeguard our democracies, to make our democracies deliver, and pass on to the future generations a legacy of freedom, justice, and dignity. And as an African proverb says, when the roots of the tree are deep, there is no reason to fear the wind. If the roots of our democracy are deep, there is no need to fear unconstitutional governance. If we deepen the roots of our democracy in our nations, it will withstand any storm. May God bless this gathering. May God bless Africa. And I wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for His Excellency John Dramani in Mahama. Indeed, let us safeguard our democracy. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It is now time, distinguished dignitaries, please resume your seats, to listen to our keynote speaker. But let's not make any assumption. In this room, all those in favor of democracy say aye. All those skeptical about democracy say aye. Some ayes have it. Anyway, so I think we can safely assume that many of us in this room today have hope that our democracy will sustain. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome to the podium our distinguished speaker in the person of Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, Catholic Bishop of Sokoto and founder of the Kuka Center. Please welcome him with a resounding round of applause.
I was hoping I could borrow the president's water, but I see that his orderly has taken the glass of water away. In Nigeria, we often say we're standing on existing protocols. And of course, when you are as vertically advantaged or disadvantaged as I am, you can understand why we need to stand on existing protocols. So Mr. President, former President Jonathan, President Obasanjo, the people from Nigeria, as you know, we have gained every right to be very supportive of everything that happens in Ghana. I was invited here, I've forgotten the year now, when the Ghanaians set up their own equivalent of Oputa panel or the Truth Commission. By then, your former president, Nana Akufo, was the Minister for Foreign Affairs. And when I came, I made it very clear to the Ghanaians that I would be ready to answer the call from Ghana anytime for more than one reason. At least defeating the Black Stars was already a settled question. And of course, one player that I have difficulties forgiving is Thomas Partey, whose goal sent Nigeria out of Nigeria's hope of playing in the World Cup. But I support Thomas Partey because until recently he was a player of Arsenal. Anyway, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me get very seriously to the matters of the day, and thank you so very much. I have no idea why President Jonathan honored me with this call, and actually when I accepted the invitation, I didn't expect an audience as distinguished as this. But now that the bottle of water has been brought, I tell you, please don't take it from my speech. A young priest who was posted to a community where, drinking alcohol was literally a pastime. And the concern was how to stop these people from drinking very cheap alcohol, because they were always drunk in the morning, most time of the day. So a young medical doctor came to the parish and introduced himself to the parish priest, that he was a medical doctor. And the parish priest said, look, on Sunday, I will read the gospel, and instead of a sermon, I will sit down and you will speak to this congregation and find a way of giving them medical reasons why consuming alcohol is dangerous. Because I've tried everything to let them understand that drinking alcohol is not something God is happy with. But I haven't succeeded. So on Sunday, the medical doctor came to church, and after the reading of the gospel, the priest called on the medical doctor who came, stood in front of the congregation, put out a table, 2 glasses, empty glasses, and then he took one glass, filled it up with a bottle of water, and took the other glass, filled it up with a bottle of a liquid that was the local gin that people were used to drinking. And then he brought out an earthworm and put the earthworm inside the bottle of water, and people were watching. They didn't know what it was all about, but they saw this earthworm wriggling in the water. And then he took out the earthworm and put it in the second bottle, and as it was wriggling, it died before it got to the bottom of the water. So the experiment was self-evident. But then, instead of the parish priest keeping quiet, he asked the congregation, now what do you think of this experiment? And obviously the man who was the chairman of the local alcohol drinking association looked at the priest and said, you know, this experiment shows very clearly that the more alcohol you drink, the less chances you have of having hookworms in your stomach. You have chosen an intellectually stimulating theme in your Why Democracies Die. And it's very difficult for me to add to what the President of Ghana has already said and what most of the speakers here have had to say. My friend, Professor Julius Ihombere, who actually perhaps one of Africa's leading political scientists, should be standing here instead of the other side. Democratic decline across Africa, rising authoritarianism, institutional fragility, shrinking civil space, and exploring new democratic systems, exploring how democratic systems are weakened and dismantled. But let me make some clarifications to express my concerns before I proceed with my comments. I assume that my keynote address is meant to merely paint a wide brush to some of the thematic issues that I know that more distinguished scholars will be able to deal with, because I believe that they will do most of the heavy lifting. One, because of their experience, and two, because many people have more than just a theoretical experience and understanding of democracy, but a very practical one based on the fact that they've seen this, they've done that, and of course, the first people on the line here can speak to those issues. And only last week, President Goodluck Jonathan himself, about whom I will speak at the end of my paper, but he made the point, which caught the attention of many newspapers in Nigeria, about the politics of treachery and the kind of people who also were close to him, but again, sooner than later, he realized that in this game, there are very few favors that people give. But this is not unexpected, because whereas in other professions, if you want to be a priest, you go to training, you want to be a mechanic, you want to be a barber, every other thing, you want to be a shoe shiner and other things, you have to go and learn. And in many cases, you have to be given a certificate. Politics is the only system that you don't need training and you don't need a certificate. And I think this is what makes politics more dangerous in Africa, because it is an all-commerce game. But I'm a bit worried about the pessimism that is implied in your choice of theme, which is when you say how democracies die. Of course, if you say how democracies die and you invite a bishop, maybe I'm expected to officiate the funeral rites of democracy. But as you will hear from my paper and my presentation, I'm far more optimistic, and I also...
Please pardon me and forgive me for the rude interruption, but His Excellency would have to take leave of us now, and so he would like to seek your permission to excuse himself. But because it's a democracy, you have to grant him that permission. So if you're in favor of his departure, please say aye. Mr. President, thank you very much for joining us, and we greatly appreciate your presence. I'm so sorry.
Now, of course, I make the point, and I will speak to the issue of if we say how democracies die, there is no laboratory yet for testing the efficacy of that claim. But of course, one might also make the point that, of course, there are variations in thematic perceptions, definition, and practice of democracy. And given the shades of contours and the landscape, the question we might need to ask is, which democracy are we really talking about? Because democracy, like music, has various genres of, more or less various themes, because jazz is not calypso, Ghanaian high life is not the same as Nigeria's juju music, hip-hop is not the same as pop, nor is it equal to reggae, funk is neither rock, nor is it jazz. Each of these musical genres elicits different emotional responses and talks to different audiences. Against this backdrop, we might pause and then ask the question, which democracy's death are we really forecasting? And is it the American type, is it the African type, is it the Asian variant, or is it claims that are made elsewhere? For example, the Chinese, many people think that the Chinese don't have a multi-party system. They do have a multi-party system because the Communist Party is a party, but there are also other systems. But what is also very interesting is that the Chinese make a claim which is equivalent to what one of America's famous public intellectuals referred to as manufactured consent, because the Chinese have 8 registered political parties that are supposed to be in opposition, but they are bound never to be against the Communist Party. So yes, they exist. And you can claim that China practices multi-party democracy in the same way that we can say Uganda practices multi-party democracy, or Cameroon, or Rwanda. But in each and every one of these democracies that I've mentioned, you operationalize the concept of opposition at the risk of your life or at your own risk. So to be sure, Africa continues to wallow in a culture of self-deprecating, self-loathing, and self-flagellating lamentations, wondering when we shall ever catch up with the West. Using Western liberal democracy as our models will always leave us feeling that we're not like the Americans, and we're not like the British, and we're not like the Europeans, and therefore there must be something wrong with us. It is this patronizing self-righteousness that enabled President Obama to stand here in June 2012, and he said to the people of Ghana that Africa needs strong institutions, not strong men. Not unexpectedly, Obama received standing ovations, and yet no one bothered to ask President Obama whether there was a necessary contradiction between strong men and strong institutions, or whether weak men had ever built any institutions anywhere. Then as now, to me, President Obama's irritating pontification merely exploited the arrogant and condescending manner that Americans and Europeans have come to view Africa and its development, deliberately ignoring or sidestepping their complicated roles in the sabotaging of democracy across the world. For them, Africans still remain the white man's burden, and that somehow our underdevelopment is a character flaw. Ignoring the exploitative historical processes that have led them to where they are, we are often made to feel inferior and made to ignore the issues of those whose backs these so-called strong institutions were built in Europe and America. Perhaps this feeling that we are failing may have helped the organizers of this conference to frame this conference as a call to democracy's funeral rites. Am I therefore right to assume that the theme of this conference has been inspired by the book, How Democracies Die, authored by 2 American political scientists, Stephen Levinsky and Daniel Ziblatt? Although many Africans, as usual, found inspiration in these cynical views of democracy expressed in the book, many of our people tend to forget that this book is directly a liberal attack at the Trump presidency or America under President Trump. But it is not to deny that there are lessons for us. Rather, the issue is that African scholarship must find reasons to focus on Africa's historical and cultural histories, appreciating that even after 200 years of exploiting others, democracy in America and democracy in Europe and elsewhere is still largely a work in progress. In the course of our assessing progress within democracy, we cannot ignore the savagery, brutality, bloodshed that are now woven into the fabric of our legacies as countries and as a continent in relation to our past. Nor can we ignore the extent to which military rule arrested our march to democracy. Propelled by false narratives of missionary zeal to drive progress, the military marched into state houses across the continent of Africa. The president of Ghana has most eloquently choreographed a lot of that. And yet years of military brutality and bloodshed through endless coups and counter-coups across Africa helped to bureaucracy, judiciary, legislative assemblies, and constitutions. Years of misrule resurrected and deepened ethnic consciousness as ethnic blocs sought to use military power and autocracy to institutionalize ethnic or regional hegemonies. Subsequently, in the 90s, after the so-called end of history, half-hearted plans to return our countries to the path of democracy were often marred by the blind ambitions of the military men and women themselves. Their autocracy, they mutated as autocratic dictators, pretending to be democrats, and in my view, debates about the duality of our democracy must therefore be measured against the backdrop of this convoluted view of history. With all its structural flaws, Africa's march to democracy is seemingly unstoppable. Africans know where they have come from. The future may be uncertain for them, but we have no hope of returning to the Egypt of autocracy and dictatorship that has been our lot. Our two countries, Nigeria and Ghana, remain the best examples. Our people are hungry. They are still poverty-stricken. They are living in destitution. Yes. Our democracy has not delivered what it promised to them. Yes. Democracy has not made them safe. Yes. Democracy has not ended years of oppressive and suffocating corruption. Yes. And yes, our people are still caught in the cusp of violence. However, our situation today is evident that our people have nailed their hopes for progress and development on the mask of democracy with all its flaws and very hostile, strong headwinds. It is historic for us in Nigeria that Nigeria has conducted 7 successive back-to-back elections since 1999 till date. These elections have been seriously flawed, they have been bloody, they have been chaotic, they have been below par. Yet, unlike a few years ago, Nigeria, neither the losers nor frustrated citizens of Nigeria have called the military to stage a coup, as it was, and it has always been the history of our country. Our people have now realized that military rule has proved itself to be a cure worse than the disease, and that the military itself has also realized the institutional damage it suffered from years of being in power. Therefore, the challenge now is for Africans of this generation to ensure that in our hands, the seeds of democracy are nurtured. Because of Nigeria, despite our troubles, despite our uncertainties, it has often been said that Nigeria, the unity of Nigeria is like a Catholic marriage. May not be happy, but it doesn't break up. This discussion is timely and auspicious. However, your topic, How Democracies Die, should be replaced by a more hopeful title, How Democracies Can Survive. For indeed, who has ever seen the corpse of a dead democracy, or even once a carcass? Our concerns, of course, should be on how to learn lessons about the consequences of democracy dying and seeking how to avoid what is happening across Africa. Any good driver seeing another car in the ditch after an accident would do well not to pity the car that is in the ditch, but to obey the rules of the road. And there is a saying in Hausa, for those of you who speak Hausa, translated, it says, if you see your brother's beard on fire, put water on your own. Africans must learn that democracy is hard work with no easy answers, not because Africans are not searching well, but because those easy answers are not found anywhere. Revitalizing the civic space by free speech, a free media, and a civil society that is alive to its challenges is the strategy of keeping authoritarianism at bay and keeping people hopeful. Ahead of Nigeria's return to democracy in 1999, I published a book titled Democracy and Civil Society in Nigeria. And my conclusion in that book, then as now, very simple, that democracy and autocracy cancel themselves out. One cannot exist if the other, both of them cannot coexist because one's existence defeats the existence of the other. This is neither the time nor the place to debate or define democracy. However, it is important to note that each democratic seed has had its own story of growth, harvest, or failure, depending on where and when it was sown, who nurtured it, on which soil, under what weather, and to what end. By way of definition, the world has come to accept Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg speech definition in 1863, that democracy is a government of the people, for the people, and by the people, as literally cast in stone. However, on further interrogation, there are gaps in democracy's definition and its operational claims. Once we shift gears to identify geographical locations, cultures, and perceptions of who the people are, and who defines who the people are. And I cannot improve on what President Obasanjo just said, because I told him the quote of what he said should stand side by side with Abraham Lincoln's claim. And what is also very interesting is that Abraham Lincoln delivered this speech in 1863, and it's the same 1963, much later, 100 years later, that Martin Luther King delivered his famous I Have a Dream speech. And you notice that even in that speech, which was delivered, if you are familiar with Washington, with the statue of Abraham Lincoln, say India, when Martin Luther King says 100 years ago, he was referring to the Gettysburg speech. But of course, he makes the point that 100 years later, all the promises that were made or conceptualized in that speech have never really been realized. And I think we can repeat the same thing, that there's always a distinction and a dissonance between the claims of politics and political rhetoric of when people are in campaign and the realities when governance takes off. We could, for example, ask what form of government we are talking about, since every government in the world, whether by ballot or by bullet, ostensibly hangs its toga of legitimacy on the claims that it is for the people. And all you have to do is to read the speeches of, let's say, Nigerian coup plotters from 1966 up till the last one in 1999. I sat down and read all of them. In fact, one of our journalists put them into a book, and it's very interesting. And you ask yourself, what were Nigerians thinking when these people were writing these speeches? In fact, some of the speeches are largely coherent only on one thing. One, the soldiers emphasized their redemptive capacity, but also, very interestingly, you could also see, in fact, there was one coup plotter. Happily, the coup didn't succeed, but the man promised that there was henceforth going to be, what do you call it? The country was going to be under, what is it? What is the word? Under curfew from dawn to dusk. I didn't know the difference between dusk to dawn. But we would, for example, ask what form of government we're talking about, because every government makes this lofty claim. No one has ever declared up front, either through a coup or through campaign, that his or her ambition in politics is to form a government of myself, for my family, and my kinsmen. The Afrikaners in South Africa, the white supremacists in America, Hitler and his Nazis in Germany, Mussolini and his fascists in Italy, King Leopold who ruled Congo by proxy, all of these men and women through history made altruistic claims. Philosophies like communism, Bolshevism, Stalinism, fascism, Nazism were operational ideological vehicles that conveyed dreams and hopes. And of course, people were enticed, and these people had great followership. They set the clock of democracy back. However, democracy has proved its incredible capacity not to be crushed, because democracy still saw the backs of all of these people. So one of Africa's most distinguished scholars, the late Professor Claude Ake of blessed memory, once argued that the attempt to define democracy presents us with what he calls an anarchy, and attempts to clarify the definition of democracy only adds to the confusion. So by whatever definition, democracy in theory and in practice is about people's ability to participate in determining who governs and how they are governed. I often say that if you see a dead body, you can spread any kind of cloth you want, especially if the body is naked. But if a man is naked and you give him a cloth that he's not happy with, he will still throw it back at you. So fundamental to democracy is the essence that people, although it is flawed, that people have a say in who governs them. At the heart of all of this is that by whatever name we call it, humanity has continued to search for the best ways of ensuring how do we stay safe? How do we raise our families? How do we manage community relations? How do we address such themes as justice by whatever language, by whatever gender, by whatever ideology? What is justice? What is equity? What is fairness? What is humility? What is respect? These are the principles that undergird democracy. So we're constantly searching for these ideals, and democracy just happens to be, in my view, a scaffolding around which we can hang some of this. And as long as this human quest continues, it is impossible, therefore, for us to talk about democracy ever dying. Another name for political practice of these ideals over time, with patience and sacrifices, leads to the deepening of political culture. Because African democracy focuses only on elections. We don't pay much attention to what happens after the election, but the consistent and persistent repetition of these processes leads to what political scientists refer to as political culture. And when something becomes culture, you don't think about it, you just do it. Respect for elders, if it's culture, you just do it. Nobody has to, prompt you. So for me, fundamental to how democracy grows and is appreciated is the need to develop a political culture. But of course, we accept, and we also know that systemic and consistent interruptions of this process by the military in Africa has created a sense of a culture of cynicism among our people. So if we are concerned about how democracies die, then like all dreams, we must accept the causes are not the same. Because why X died is not the same with why B is alive. Therefore, when we speak of institutional fragility, shrinking spaces, the weakening and dismantling and weakening of democratic system, do we see them as causes or consequences of the death of democracy? In other words, are we perhaps confusing the symptom with the disease? Particular diseases do not kill everyone. Not everybody who is suffering from cancer necessarily dies. Some people live longer. Not everybody people die of malaria. People die of all kinds of things. How do we explain the fact that the same sickness strikes one person, kills the person, but then other people are able? The medical people will tell you it depends on your immune capacity. Therefore, during the period of COVID, for example, the records seem to suggest, not necessarily, but at least that's what the doctors were saying, that most people who died during COVID had other underlying ailments, which COVID simply exploited. And I think we can therefore say the same thing about democracy, that its capacity and ability to survive depends on what are the underlying socio-economic, cultural conditions around which democracy is supposed to grow. In the last 20 or so years, the world has witnessed reversals and decline in many countries in Europe and America. We have witnessed the rise of what is now called illiberal democracies, sustained by right-wing hate groups. We are witnessing the rise of terrorism around the world. Although all of these pose severe threats to democracy, I would rather that we speak of the challenge to democracy rather than its death. In my view, as long as humans exist, there will always be democracy. If we see democracy from the point of view of its leaders, presidents, institutions, parliaments, senators, senate presidents, political associations, political parties, then we can contemplate its death, because all of these institutions are subject to human mortality. However, when we see democracy as part of the human instinct, thirst, hunger, and quest for love, for fairness, for integrity, for a sense of belonging, for community and family, then as long as these ideals exist and they sustain and define humanity, democracy cannot die. The democratic instinct and ethos is already embedded in our DNA. To be sure, politicians and political parties, parliaments, constitutions can be banned or destroyed, as we have seen with autocrats in uniform or out of uniform. But the human instincts that are supposed to nurture cannot die. We can therefore argue that certain types of structures for the pursuit of human happiness, security, and well-being could collapse in the hands of wicked men and women, but others will spring up. Democracies might die in form, just as food, arts, social habits differ among our peoples and countries, but the essence still remains the same. Now, you heard about Nigerians' jollof rice. Ghanaians are free to produce a poor copy, but still jollof rice. But when you know yourself that when you eat jollof rice in Ghana, when you eat jollof rice in Kenya, you know that they are just practicing. The problem of many African countries, but you might say jollof rice is jollof rice, but there are differentiations. The problem with many African countries is that The assumption that we have that we transited to democracy. No, transition from dictatorship is not logically transition to democracy. In part because, as we saw with successful transition, especially by the military, they still managed to embed within the system of transitions landmines that later on exploded to send us back, to the bottom of the hill. So we went through rudimentary elections, but we never even developed a political culture. Africa transited from colonialism, military dictatorship, but did not successfully transit to democracy. The military often sowed many landmines. So when Western liberal democracies, which we have adopted across Africa, with their focus on free markets, when we neither have the freedom nor the markets, presupposes a capitalist economy when we don't have the capital. Focusing on such concepts like transparency, accountability, a free media, human rights, a free judiciary, rule of law, and a lot of talk about fighting corruption. The elevation of these concepts does not address other fundamental cultural factors that blur the lines in many African cultural discourse. And there are many people here, I'm sure President Obasanjo will also sign on to that, that in many African languages, for example, Western liberal democracy insists that opposition is institutionalized as part of democracy. But for many African countries, we're struggling, we're thinking in English, but unable to speak in vernacular. Because what does really opposition mean? And of course, many people will argue that because opposition is read in the vernacular as somebody who is an enemy, that is why it is easy for the reflex of the African politician to want to either bump off anybody who poses himself as an opposition. But of course, the system itself is not attractive because I served as a member of the Electoral Reform Committee in Nigeria. One of the things we saw was that you had cases where, for example, the dominant political party is such that everybody has to belong. And people who decided to vote differently, when they went back to their communities, the communities literally sent them back. They said, we don't want to be in opposition, because they know the consequences of being in opposition. So when we talk about this concept, it's important that we understand the cultural context in the African situation. The elevation of this concept does not address other fundamental issues. Anti-corruption waiting agencies, for example, sidestep the fact that corruption and other manifestations in African politics are often the symptom and not the disease. The Mo Ibrahim Index, for example, broadly measures the efficacy of democracy by such concepts like freedom, political participation, media, freedom, education, human rights, security, transparency, accountability, anti-corruption, sustainable development, among many others. And there is no doubt that democracy is in peril today, but it is not dead. Let us not become victims of what I call exaggerated pessimism. The story of the United States of America is a lesson. After over 200 years, the behavior of Donald Trump and his supporters on June 6, 2022, suggests that time and experience very often, are not reasons for us to go to sleep. Because the human instinct for violence doesn't ever go to sleep. Therefore, we must remain vigilant over the claims that democracy makes. And the point, therefore, is that no matter how long democracy has been in our country, it is the strength of the institution that sustains the occasional assaults to this foundation. Now, of course, if you live in a country like Nigeria, Ghana, and many African countries, a culture of cynicism has been embedded, because if you talk to Nigeria, people tell you, are we going to eat democracy? If you tell them it's going to take a long time, they say, how long is long enough? Yet, history suggests very clearly that democracy and its quest has no shortcuts. The challenge for those who govern is to ensure, I often use the metaphor of, I think women call it the pacifier. This little plastic rubber that women put in the mouth of a child. The child is sucking the rubber. There is nothing inside the rubber. But at least it enables the mother to continue cooking without disturbance. So in a way, African politicians must give us some plastic rubber to continue to manage between now and the next election. Democracy's womb possesses many seeds, the good, the bad, and the ugly. It is not so much the quarrels that politicians engage in. In fact, many ordinary Nigerians, including myself, continue to encourage our people. Please, when you see these politicians fighting, even if they are throwing chairs among themselves in parliament, don't kill yourself, because they will still close the door and distribute the money of state among themselves. In that area, there is no fight. So very often, many of us jump into thinking that, these politicians don't like themselves. No, they like themselves. Even armed robbers have common interests. So let's measure our enthusiasm, because very often we think that democracy is about to fall because our people are always fighting. As a priest, I have experience of helping resolve problems of marriage. In the end, I've had family, women and men, come to me and say, look, our marriage is no longer working. We're 10 years now, 5 years now, we're sleeping in the same room, but we're not sleeping on the same bed. Or people will tell you all kinds of things, but families themselves have realized that marriage, the priesthood, every vocation is a work in progress. And there is not so much a question of the problems of the moment, but the development of the inherent capacity which you can glean from friends and culture and history, but also drawing inspiration from the moral basis of your relationship, that things can work differently. And when a man realizes very clearly that he took his wife for granted, or that the wife realizes she took certain things for granted, it is possible for people to go back, renew their commitment, and have a much stronger relationship. Similarly, flawed elections are not necessarily evidence that democracy is not working. Very often it is the over-enthusiasm, but also agents of state, electoral bodies, the police, and so on, that often confuse the president with the state. Very often in our countries, the military, the security agencies believe that they confuse the state with the president. And they think that their obligation and responsibility is not to the people of Nigeria or Ghana or Kenya, but it is protecting the regime that is in power. Rather than dying, democracy can lose its appeal and allure for very many reasons. But often the letter and the spirit of the Constitution are miles apart. Therefore, we must continue to make the point, that citizens' engagement with the institutions and instruments of state is fundamental to how democracy grows in our countries. Rather than believing that democracy is a game of experts and all we have to do is literally choose which club we are going to support. Being involved in democracy in your country is not the same as supporting Arsenal or supporting Liverpool or Manchester United. There are many of us who support any club that is holding a trophy. But it's much more than that. And the call is much deeper than that. And the sacrifice is much deeper than that. Because conceptually, we confuse office with power. Okay? There are people who are in office, but they are not in power. There are people who are in power, but they are not in office. And you can often see a lot of that from the fact that if you ask Nigerians, maybe who was your governor 20 years ago, average citizen will scratch because they can't remember. So it's about impact, but it's also about understanding that we are not just agents to be acted upon. Politicians must demonstrate the spirit of patriotism. A deliberate effort must be made by politicians to understand that their lives must reflect both the letter and the spirit of the claims of the Constitution. In this way, politics will not become a do-or-die affair, a ticket to the theater of corruption. Institutions like the judiciary, electoral bodies must inspire confidence among our people. I now want to try and end. The debate about democracy remains controversial, but it's also enchanting. It will continue to remain a subject of intense interest. Democracy is about systems, and systems will always remain in a state of flux because the goalposts of human expectation are constantly shifting. An American professor of political science called Kostika Bradatan published a very beautiful article. You can find it on the internet. But he titles the article, "Democracy is for the Gods," because he's saying that the claims that democracy makes, humanly speaking, are literally unrealizable. But it's not an act of frustration. And there's a little book I just started reading last week. The title, so don't give us the impression that we're supposed to learn any of these things from. So it speaks to the need for us in our democracy to also deal with practical issues of what are the cultural surroundings around which we make our claims. I wish to conclude by arguing that contrary to the notion of democracy dying, we should focus on addressing the usage of the various models for the achievement of the goals of human development. Democracy is a subject, it's subject to toxicity, it is subject to decay, to rot, to fracture, but not to death. Democracy will never die. There will be bad elections. But the only cure to a bad election is another election. Often those who pose the greatest threat to democracy are the elected officials who often, as one of our Nigerian politicians, a friend of mine who died just about last month, Mr. Audu Ogbe, who once said that, he said to me, he said, Nigerian politicians believe that people vote for us to enjoy on their behalf. So the assumption that politicians have that the rest of us who voted for you are so stupid, and that all we are supposed to do is to stand and look at you, your beautiful cars, your beautiful houses, and we are all just spectators. All we can choose is which team are we going to clap for. Participatory democracy means participating in elections, but also participating in reaping, the outcome. So I therefore want to end by saying, first of all, it's a great honor, President Jonathan, for me to be here. When you took that decision on March 31st, 2015, he's written a little book, which you should read, My Transition Hours. But when you took that decision, it was one of those moments that it was between yourself, your conscience, your God, against the run of play. On the 31st of March 2015, even before the elections had concluded, when you made that call, you were answering what to me was more or less a divine call. And by taking that decision, not only did you reverse, and I think your successor made the point himself over and over. You had all the military, you had all the paraphernalia of power around you. It would have been possible to instigate a war. But by taking that decision, in my view, the people of Athens entrusted into your hands a touch of hope, a touch of what democracy should look like. The honor, the dignity, the sense of sacrifice. That is what democracy is all about. You illustrated that. And it's the reason why when you call, I will come. When you knock, I will open the door. Because right now, I had to excuse myself from a meeting of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, which is still on. Our meeting is finishing actually on Sunday. But I had to excuse myself to be here because I thought it was a great honor for me, to be with you. But please, General Theophilus Danjuma, one of our greatest statesmen, President Obasanjo's colleague, once said, very often, the voice of the devil is not so far from the voice of God. Listen very carefully to those who want to use you as an instrument for the elongation of their interests, and not your interests or the interests of Nigeria. Think very clearly, pray very clearly. Final decision, it's your call. Finally, some years back, John Major, a former British Prime Minister, addressed top-level politicians in the UK. And he started his speech by posing a question. He said, if after 850 years of our democracy in the United Kingdom, if there is one person in this room that believes that we have gotten it right, please raise your hand. After 850 years, if there's anybody who believes that we in the United Kingdom have succeeded in our democracy, please raise your hand. Of course, no hand went up. Therefore, and I want to end by saying something about what is now catching flame, the hopes, the expectation, the hysteria around our young generation called Gen Z. Being young is a transition, but transition to adulthood and responsibility. Very often, many young people in Africa don't have the experience that people of our generation had. Many of us have the past that we grew up with. Because many young people today are born in Accra, born in Nigeria, but brought up in the United Kingdom or other places, and the children of the elite. Therefore, their expectations are pretty high. And they also, this is a culture of fast food. But democracy cannot be served as a fast food menu. Taking responsibility to govern is not the same as wanting or aspiring to participate in the meal of corruption. Because very often many people in Africa, many young people in Africa, many groups that feel disadvantaged, rather than focusing on the real things, what do we need to do? What kind of discipline do we need to put in place? Because if you want to be president tomorrow, governor next tomorrow, we should see the signs today. There is a saying among the beggars in northern Nigeria, who are the Muslim beggars, that if Friday is going to be good, that is based on the gifts I will be given, I will see it on Wednesday. So if you want to be president of Nigeria or Ghana or your country, begin to study the mistakes that those who came from behind have made. Begin to understand the history, how this struggle has come through. It is no use to pretend that simply just knowing how to kick a football means that you can play like Messi. It's not going to be so. I remember I used to watch Ronaldinho when he was a young man. But Ronaldinho said sometime when he was being interviewed, he said, look, my brother and I, we used to spend 8 hours just practicing. So when you see Ronaldinho do the things he does with the ball, it's not because the ball is in his feet. So, I make the point. Tolstoy once said, all unhappy families are unhappy differently. The reason why democracies have failed somewhere may not be the same with the reasons why democracies have failed in our own situation. But democracy has survived through tough times and has suffered affliction. Democracy has survived cancers. It has survived demagogues, mobsters, empires, emperors, Nazism, apartheid, and other forms of evil. But as long as there are brave men and women like Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, Steve Biko, Václav Havel, Aung San Suu Kyi, the young Chinese boy whom we saw in 1990 when at Tiananmen Square, many of you can Google and see him. A tank was coming before him and he had only a cellophane bag. The tank was going this way, he was going to say, come and crush me. As long as the human imagination that has inspired people like Steve Biko, Mahatma Gandhi, Rosa Parks, Thurgood Marshall, Malala, thousands of other young people across the world, as long as that spirit is still in us, democracy will not die. The winds may blow, its flames will never go out, and all of us, you and I, are custodians of that flame. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
I think we can do better than that, please. Let's indeed give our keynote speaker a standing ovation. Truth tellers are few in these times, and so when we have truth tellers in our midst, we recognize and give them the honor that they deserve. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for that thought-provoking keynote speech, inviting all of us to be actors for change. Thank you, Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto and founder of the Kuka Center. We thank you very much. So, this is what we propose. We should have been going for a little health break, but we're proposing to not break the flow, but to allow anyone who needs to go. And so you may not to go out of the program, but to take a break if you need to take a bathroom break or to grab some coffee. Please, you may do it as we continue the program. Is that workable for all of us so that we can finish within time and then we can all get back to our businesses for the day? Is that okay? It's a democracy. Is it okay? All right. So please, if you need to visit the bathrooms, the restrooms are to my left upon your exit and to my right upon your exit. So let's, not all of us should go at the same time, so please, just go and come. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to invite to set up the panel discussion for now. So please, if you may bring the chairs, whilst we all turn to our neighbors now and reflect on the question, what will I do as my contribution to reviving this democracy that we have agreed is experiencing some rollbacks? So these are some thoughts we want you to share amongst yourselves very briefly whilst we set up the podium for our panel conversation. Please do well to return so we all benefit from the conversation. Thank you. So in 10 minutes, we will begin the panel conversation.
I don't know how the arrangements.
Us with the applause. Thank you, thank you. Professor Melvis Indolese, Governance, Peace and Security and Human Rights expert, please welcome him with a round of applause. Our own Dr. Emmanuel Akwete, Executive Director, Institute for Democratic Governance. Last but not the least, Honorable Monica Munyendo, Principal Magistrate, Gichuku Law Court, Kianyaga, forgive me. And to do us the honors of moderating the session, ladies and gentlemen, a woman I admire greatly as a journalist myself, and now transitioned to politics, Madame Stephanie Busari, former head, CNN First Digital and Multi-Platform Bureau in Nigeria. Please welcome her with a round of applause as well as she moderates this session. That was quite miserly. Please, a round of applause for our panel. Thank you, Stephanie. Over to you. Just a quick announcement. Protocol officers, kindly invite those at the foyer to join us now as we are beginning, please. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, thank you for convening us today here. And one of my beloved mentors and leaders, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, welcome to you, sir. Thank you. So wonderful to see you all. I'm looking forward to this discussion on democracy. And it's an honor to moderate this important conversation today on the theme of resilience, geopolitics, and citizen agency, rethinking Africa's democratic future. So we have an esteemed panel here today to discuss this. And before I go into my opening remarks, the panelists have also prepared some remarks that they will share with us individually after that. So today we're discussing rethinking Africa's democratic future. And across our continent, democracy stands at a crossroads. We're seeing remarkable progress in some places, vibrant citizen movements, youth-led innovations, and new ways of holding leaders accountable. Yet, we've also seen reversals, weakening institutions, elite capture, fragile governance systems, and a decline in public trust. Layered on top of these internal struggles are global forces, foreign interventions, economic shocks, shifting geopolitics, and international organizations that sometimes support and sometimes complicate democratic consolidation. And then there's the disruptive power of technology and social media, amplifying citizen voices, fueling movements, but also spreading disinformation and polarization. This panel brings together a distinguished set of voices, practitioners, scholars, policymakers, and jurists who will help us unpack these tensions and chart practical pathways to strengthen democratic resilience in Africa. So I'm going to call on my panelists to share their remarks that they've prepared, especially on this topic. We'll just go along, and I'll call on you first to be our first guinea pig. Just a brief introduction, and then would you want to stand at the podium? Okay, that's fine.
Okay, fine. So my name is Monica Munyendo. I am a principal magistrate. So basically my work is hearing and determining cases. I serve in Kenya. In my reflection on the topic that we were given, the first question that I asked myself, do regular elections translate into democratic gains? I say this because Kenya, we had our last election in 2022. We all know President Ruto won this election on a popular hustler ticket that resonated with many Kenyans because of the economic situation that we faced as a country. However, very quickly, things went south very fast. And I'm just happy that some of the speakers this morning have highlighted on the issues that are belittling our country. Does democracy bear the fruit? There was so much hope when President Ruto came into power because the questions of unemployment, questions of improving healthcare and the education system as well. But very fast, Kenyans realized that we were not receiving what was promised in the very beautiful manifesto. And what I say, because we have already moved past that election, is that there are questions that Kenyans are asking each other. Those questions that we should not just look at democracy as a process through which we elect leaders into office, but are they delivering what they promise? And so in my reflection, we know what has happened in Kenya, the protests that have been very recent. I don't want to go into so much in my opening remarks. But I see an awakening in Kenyans, in the youth, that we can question and use what is in our laws to correct where we felt that we have done mistakes. We have already impeached our deputy president. One governor has already been impeached. One is on the line. And people are awakened and they are questioning their leaders. And so I still have hope. I believe I'm in Bishop Kuka's camp that democracy is fragile, but it is not.
Thank you very much. Can I come to you next? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Emmanuel Akwete. I'm the Executive Director of the Institute for Democratic Governance. I pay courtesy to all, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. I have been thinking of the resilience of how resilience of democracy will be the central thinking and thoughts of us. Because if you look at Africa today, the majority voters are youth. Many are educated, gone through the universities. They used not to worry too much about whether democracy is working for them or not, because they had exit to Europe, America, and other places. And it is clear that those opportunities have closed. Yet we also have designed democratic institutions. We shouldn't talk only about the parties, but the institutions of state, the civil service, public services, and other institutions that are supposed to serve the citizens. They are the majority voters, and they have expectations. There are indications that they are becoming very disillusioned. I can tell you that I come from Ghana, and just before our elections, we had fairly educated, in fact, highly educated youth demonstrating and sometimes finding it more productive talking to the military chiefs. And they called for coup. And so it forced me to think that we've had about quite a number of coups in Ghana, and this is the most enduring democracy. If the youth, the leaders of the future, the civil servants, the public service people of the future, feel that the institution is not working or this system is not working for them, and they want to rather get the army in, they haven't experienced military rule and also how they deliver, but they go for it and they had chances of beating them. As much as that is how they feel, I feel that they raise an important question of the resilience of democracy. Would it respond to their human development needs, their leadership needs? And as I look at countries like Norway, Germany, the Scandinavians generally, and other places, what I read is that political parties are funded by the state. They are not funded by individuals with all sorts of backgrounds, especially in elections and so on. The state finances them. And so their sense of they come in to serve and deliver those promises they made to improve the quality of life and opportunities the youth have, and how that inspires them also to be nation builders, is not what we have in Ghana and most African countries. So I am taking the discussion on the front that we need to think about political party financing. State shapes them once they are being financed. And I think the Scandinavians have very interesting examples to follow or cases to study. Otherwise, we are now saddled with a situation where the governments we elect, the parties we elect in Ghana, owe so much to people we don't know, where they got the money from, what the terms were, we do not know, but they are not delivering in office. And that is causing a huge problem for the most educated youth, tech-savvy, globally connected. Their movements are now constricted because of world issues and developments. And I think it is one of the most important things we should be thinking about, especially as we've all seen how democracy has been considerably stable in this decade than many others. So that's my opening.
Thank you very much for that powerful remarks. Okay. I'll come to you. Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's an honor to be here and to contribute to this conversation. When the Bishop spoke, he sounded very, very optimistic about democracy. He questioned the choice of the use of the word death, democracy, why democracies die. And as a Christian, I agree with you. But as a scholar, some of the points that I might be highlighting today, please consider them as prayer points. Because I do agree with the intentional, provocative nature of the title of this conversation today. The healthy don't really need doctors. So let's face the facts the way they are. Democracy in Africa, I would like to boldly state today, is not dying silently. It's doing so loudly through the shrinking political spaces that we're observing. The statistics speak for themselves. Democracy is still the preferred form of government. But just as many people have also highlighted that they've been disillusioned with what democracy has brought in terms of dividend. And if we're all here today, on the one hand, it shows our faith and our hope in what democracy can give, but then it also highlights the urgency of conversations like this in the light of where we are several years after the so-called third wave of democratization. And if we go back into history, just in the 90s, in the early 90s, when, the third wind of democratization was blowing across the continent, more than 40 countries went through different forms of democratic reforms, adopted democratic policies, returned to various forms of multi-party democracy. I think where we are today really reflects that there was a sort of an unfinished transition or unfinished democratic consolidation from where we started off in the 90s. So what we observed is that more than 40 countries held multi-party elections. However, and some constitutions were amended and reforms were introduced, but the underlying power structures remained intact. Militaries, political party dominance, patronage systems, all of these remained largely intact. And so what happened is that we saw a process that began, but then got trapped somewhere in the cycle of development. And when that happened, there was a shift to survival mode. And when with survival mode comes survival instincts. And therefore we start seeing constitutional amendments to retain power or erode the same principles that were agreed upon and introduced in constitutions. We start seeing challenges in electoral processes and people questioning the quality of the elections that the elections that are organized. We start seeing a rise in electoralism instead of concrete and meaningful democratic consolidation. We start seeing a sort of myth or nostalgia for what is I call authoritarian or benevolent dictatorship. And we start seeing different kinds of electoral processes that are more or less window dressing processes to tick certain boxes, some of which have been imposed by foreign governments, which makes me to ask the question, and I think it's something that we need to seriously interrogate, why some foreign countries speak the language of democracy but support security, and sometimes at the expense, support security, and sometimes even if it means backing authoritarian regimes. So these are just, intentional provocative questions that I want to throw out there as part of my opening remarks, and I'm happy to come back to it subsequently.
Thank you very much. Plenty of food for thought. We'll come back to some of those in the panel. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, first I want to thank President Jonathan for inviting me to this session again. I think this is the third time I'm appearing at functions organized by the Foundation. My intervention is drawn from three sets of comments I had here this morning. First, that of the President of ECOWAS, who talked about the outcomes. Why democracy? What do we seek from democracy? Democracy must provide results. The second, the intervention from Bishop Kuka even made the case that rather than focus on democracy as an academic construct, why not let us think of democracy as a system of governance that should produce results for people, that should also have elements of accountability, so that if we're not getting these results, we can go back and ask why. I now pivot into the 3 points I need to make. First, that when we think of democracy on the continent, on the African continent, let's think about the reality we face on our continent today. And I can summarize three. The first is abject poverty. How can democracy be reconstructed to address the issues of poverty? What do we need to do at the base to organize ourselves, organize governments, such that we can now undertake the things we need to facilitate economic growth and productivity to pull our people out of poverty. The second challenge we have on the continent, which we must address, and I think it's Dr. Emmanuel Ate who started talking about that, is the issue of demographics. The population of the continent is very youthful. Our population is doubling every generation on the continent. Today, the continent has about 1.3 billion people, and in another 30 years, it's likely to double. And that means for a long time, you're going to have very many young people on the continent. So if democracy is about catering to the interest of the majority of people in a place, then the conversation we should be having today should really be not just focused on, but nurtured by the people who are going to be affected mostly by our democratic practices. But here we are. Today, fathers, grandfathers are the ones talking and advocating for democracy. The people who will benefit from this democracy, the children, are not being inculcated in that conversation. The third issue facing us on the continent is that of migration. For whatever reasons, climate, poor governance, difficult economies, a lot of African talent is leaving the continent for abroad. And this phenomenon is changing the social relations on the continent. I recall when I was contesting my re-election as governor, the contributions from the diaspora remittances, diaspora participation, largely influenced the outcome of my election. So the role of the African diaspora cannot and should not be ignored as we rethink the restructuring or how we get our people to participate in the democracy on the continent. I guess I will take questions after this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on all protocols already established. My name is Susan Mwape. I'm from Common Cause, Zambia. This panel, I don't take it lightly. And after all the presentations that have been made, the eloquent presentations made by my fellow panelists around this topic, it becomes a bit of a challenge to contribute. However, when I read the question, I dared to imagine Africa's democratic future. And I came to the conclusion that Africa's democratic future would definitely not only be written in Parliament and in ballot papers, but also on smartphones, in hashtags.
Susan,
and
can I just ask you to bring the mic a little bit closer? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I was saying that my perception of Africa's future is that Africa's democratic future will not just be written in Parliament and on ballot papers, but also on hashtags, smartphones, and just everyday citizens reclaiming their power. I say this because whilst President Obasanjo was wondering where the fire for his fireside chat will come from, he said something that was profound. He said that democracy is dying because it is not being reformed, or it has refused to be reformed. He rather suggested that there's need to reform so that democracy can thrive. Having said that, I immediately began to think of some of the initiatives that have been put out on the continent. Initiatives he was one of the people that led, such as the African Peer Review Mechanism, which has a very strong thematic area around democratic governance that allows us as Africans to assess our systems of governance and provide best practices that can be drawn and learned by other people. And my thought was that if we strengthen these kinds of institutions, then we would be able to draw lessons and build stronger democracies that are more in line with who we are as a continent. So it's a great joy to see the youth in this room represented. And I wanted to talk a bit about the future and how technology is beginning to play a very significant role in democracy on the continent and beyond. We have come to realize and learn that social media is now the new town square. There's been a lot of talk on this same panel around the fact that a lot of institutions, democratic institutions, are being stifled, are being problematic in a way that citizens can no longer easily convene themselves. So what have citizens done? We have moved to social media platforms, and social media is now the new town hall square, and that is where the voices are being raised. We can draw so many examples from the continent, the NSAS movement in Nigeria. We can talk about the Gen Z movement in Kenya. We can talk about a lot of things that are happening beyond the continent in Nepal, etc., where the young people have taken democracy beyond the ballot box and they're demanding changes now, but all these movements are being galvanized using technology. And therefore, as a continent, it's very important for us to begin to look at how citizens are redefining leadership and using these movements and using social media to advance their causes. However, we continue to remain at the back seat of technology, and I think this is where we may have a bigger challenge going forward. Because the previous speaker just highlighted a few minutes ago that Africa will have the largest young population going forward. And if we are the ones that are going to have the young population going forward, what role are we playing in the technology that is being used or the technology that will be used? We talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about digital rights, we talk about all these softwares and things that are being developed. To what extent are we as a continent contributing to those? I think it's about time we began to look at using these digital tools, designing the digital tools. Democracy is part of culture, is part of democracy, and so is language. And the language of most of the tech that we have is English, which is not a language that Africans predominantly speak. Someone earlier said something in the lines of, we think in English but speak local languages, or vice versa. It's very confusing. And if we cannot even understand our own conversations, if we cannot define democracy, for instance, in our local language, then we are speaking to only the elites that can understand English, and then the people that do not will never understand the value of what democracy is, and they may not even have the opportunity to tell us how to prevent it from dying. So my call to action then would be that democracy in Africa must be more than elections. It must be daily, it must be digital, and it must be decentralized. We need stronger civic technology ecosystems and laws that protect freedom of expression, online and offline. We've noticed that offline we've had a lot of challenges. These things have moved online, but we are beginning to see a lot of laws, the use of the legal framework to stifle freedom of expression online. We need to also invest in youth innovations and media literacy. One of the most highly paid robotics engineer is a young man from Nigeria who has made so many strides. We have a lot of young Africans that have the capacity to innovate and bring about development, but they need a lot of investment, they need a lot of support, and we need to begin to think more towards the future. And finally, Pan-African solidarity in resisting digital authoritarianism. We need to come together and deal with the issue of digital authoritarianism, not just for what it is, but also because it is a contributor to the rise of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Matthias, and I would like to look at the geopolitics perspective of the question that we are discussing here. And I will start by saying that geopolitics is not new. I think everybody agrees with me here that it has always been there, and we remember the Cold War period and its negative impact on our countries and so on. But there are three main differences that we need to take into account today. That, in my view, will increase the threat that geopolitics represent for our new democracies. The first one is the world today is multipolar. It's like you have many other countries instead of having Western countries and Russia. During the Cold War, today you have China, you have Russia, you have Gulf states, you have Turkey, you have the Western countries. Even within Western countries, they are not playing the same thing. And all of them are trying to intervene.
I'm so sorry to stop you, but that mic has a bit of an echo, so let me just give you this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it better now? Yes. So all these countries are trying to intervene in our democracies, functioning, and everything. This is the first difference. The second one is democracy is in decline everywhere. So we were not in the Cold War period where you have democracies, quote unquote, on one side and Russia on the other. Democracy is in decline everywhere. Third, even the values and principles supporting democracies are being questioned almost everywhere. This is the environment in which we are. And for me, for these reasons, they have like consequences for Africa if we do not take these questions seriously. The first consequence that I see is Africa, again, will be one of the victims because they will have pressure on them to take side on the fight that these powerful countries are having among themselves. Last Friday, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nigeria was giving a talk at the Nigerian Institute for International Relations, and he was saying, for instance, that Nigeria will not accept pressure from anybody to take side in the battles that are happening across the world. And that is just the beginning. The second consequence, because of this situation at the global level, that will increase the room of maneuver of people in our countries who will want to revert democracy. When I mean revert democracy, it means autocratizing, that is, using democratic procedures to revert democracy. It means military coups, it means constitutional coups, etc. So all these people will have a larger room of maneuver. The third consequence is that it becomes difficult, you know, upon Africans to develop the discourse to convince ourselves that democracy is what we need and why we need it. Because using examples from other countries where, old and established democracies were the easy way to say, you see, democracy is producing results, is working. That is why we need, today, we need to find our own argument to decide if we want to remain democracy and if we want to fight for it. And the last one, in fact, there are sectors of our democracies that live on resources coming from old and established democracies. When you take the civil society sectors in our countries, they remain on that. Even when you take state institutions, when it comes to strengthening the capacities of state institutions and so on, the resources to do this type of work comes from abroad. So for Africa today, if we want to continue supporting democracy, we need to find our own resources, and we need to continue, to do that and to maintain the civil society sectors, etc. I will stop it there, and I can come with suggestions of solutions.
Fantastic. Plenty of food for thought that we will develop in the course of this panel. We've heard about youth protests, financing, accountability, Africa developing its own democracy, and many more topics that we'll talk about. So let me come to you, Monica. And if we have another mic, can we bring it onto the stage so that our panelists can have one? You've talked about the youth protests in Kenya. And, I can't help but think about what happened in Nepal, in the past week, where the government was toppled. And the young people who mostly led the protest then held a vote on the tech platform Discord. There were about 150,000 of them, and they put the names of potential candidates, and the majority carried the rule. and this former Chief Justice was now sworn into the role of the new Prime Minister. I mean, let's think about that in context with the Kenyan situation. Is there a reality in which this could ever happen in Kenya, or in particular in any African country? Is this a desirable state? I mean, where can youth-led protests take us? What is the kind of nth degree? Is that a desirable state for us? I'll put you on the spot on that.
Thank you, Stephanie, for that. I don't think Africa, or speaking for Kenya, we are at that level, because what happened in the Gen Z-led protests in beginning last year, 2024, the youth were able to leverage on technology, use social media, gather themselves, bring up conversations, and organize the protests. The youth do not have a leader. They term themselves as leaderless. They term themselves as tribeless. Being noted, they say they are also braless. So nothing is limiting them, so to speak. And so that fact that they do not have this one person at the front that is leading them, then it makes it a little bit difficult for them to have this collective action or a bargaining field, so to speak. What is happening currently is now we have seen a bit of calm in terms of those conversations. The few who are at the front, of course, there was a bit of intimidation through police abductions. I think you saw what followed the protests. And so that is the way, in my view, the government quelled the situation, that deflate these groupings and let's have a bit of quiet, because President Ruto is asking for quiet and calmness so that he can deliver what they are asking. And so to say that maybe through these kinds of protests we can see a change of government, I don't think it's happening in Kenya, because the constant conversation that we're having as Kenyans is we will ask the questions, we will keep putting the pressure on our leaders, we want accountability, and Kenyans are saying we are waiting for 2027. We are waiting for the next election to demonstrate what we keep telling you every day on the social media platforms. So I think for us, that was really something that was not anticipated. We didn't think it will get to the youth breaking into parliament and everybody running helter-skelter for their lives in parliament. But it sent a message. It sent a message that young people need to be heard, that there is public participation entrenched in our laws, in the Constitution, but is it for paper or is it an actual public participation? Because what led us to get there is that we were not being heard. The young people of Kenya were not being heard. Kenyans, there is no employment and we are highly taxed. And the question that Kenyans are putting to their leaders, who are members of parliament, as they were first with debating on the bill, is tell the president that this is what we are suffering from. However, none of that happened. I think people were paid off and they passed the bill irregardless, and that triggered something that revolted into violence. Yeah, so I don't think we are moving into changing a government through Gen Z protests. Yeah, thank you.
Not quite yet, but it may happen. Thank you for those thoughts. So, Dr. Emmanuel, let me bring you in. So, President Mahama mentioned earlier in his address about how the military rulers kind of got the loudest cheers. And what we're seeing unfolding, certainly on social media, is a huge popularity for Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso, and just huge levels of support for that style of leadership. I mean, is this kind of idea of a benevolent dictator, the military ruler?
Say not at all. I think we have had the equivalent of the Burkinabe leader in Rawlings. He was 34 years when he staged the 79 coup, and he became quite famous subsequently. We've seen how the youth rallied, but there was also a point in time where the youth also questioned and demanded many. We have quite a large number of critically educated youth, and with technology and higher education opportunities and so on, I think they may differ considerably from what we've seen in past decades. Secondly, many are educated. I mean, they don't have to travel abroad to be well educated about global events. But as youth, they also admire adventurers and they like the show. But will that yield what they want if we had that? We've had many coups, many leaders and so on. I think we should see the youth not only in their exuberance, we should see the youth as the leaders of the future. Much more educated than the youth that we had in 50s and 60s and so on. They were also very smart leaders, but the numbers were fewer. And here we have a good number of them. We haven't set up systems that will groom them and for them to go through leadership training and all that. And they are motivated. They have technology. They come together to think through what they want and so on. They don't interact much with those they consider old and so on. But it's technology and the transformation. But we must see them as probably one of the most educated youth we have in our system. Have they had the experience of working with other leaders, older people, the opportunity to do apprenticeship, to go to former presidents and listen to them and how they might need to move us in a certain way and so on, and reach what they have? I'm not sure those spaces exist for them, but the world and technology has made them also feel that university graduates, they've learned a lot and they have ambitions to also be leaders. I think these things need to be looked at in some much more, there is some complexity of it that needs to be unpacked for us to know that they are expressing themselves in ways that we may see as radical, but really they are the next line of leaders and they have ambition. Yeah.
So let me just kind of probe you on that point a little bit more. Is Traore's popularity kind of based on his youth? Because many young people would argue that they are not given a chance at leadership. In President Obasanjo's era, for example, many of the leaders were in their 30s. But we struggle to see that kind of similar, demographic in power in this modern time. I mean, Africa has some of the oldest leaders in the world. Many young people would say they're not given a chance. Do you think that Traore's popularity is linked to them seeing a young person in a position of power?
Well, it could be, but it's not a matter of age. But I've also seen somebody as young as him in Rawlings and how the youth rallied around him. But the risk there is that if you were to categorize the youth in terms of people from the universities and those who came from the university, they don't have jobs to do, they are frustrated and so on, he might appeal to them. We saw that in Ghana, also with President Rawlings as a lieutenant, what was he? Flight lieutenant, attracting a lot of people. His first government he composed were made up of youth. It didn't take long for him to retire most of them and bring in some mature people to handle affairs of state. And when they came in and they were directing affairs, the complexity of the situation also became clear, that they were not mainly responding to the youth demands, because it's a very complex system they had and so on. Later on in life, when he became president, he resorted to older people in his cabinet and so on. I think for me, it is not the youth wanting to come into government immediately, but we haven't laid out the structures that would, if you look at the traditional society, there were age sets and you are cultivated and shown and so on. We don't have that. And sometimes there's the feeling that what they see and the technology movies and so on makes life easier. But the institutions and the structures are different. They can be heavily frustrated. Orientation is needed. That's why I think that the most challenging thing we can do to consolidate our democracy is to ask the question, should our parties remain as they are? Or should we see them as potential agents of government, leadership, and so on, as is done in other countries, and create the conditions to prepare them to lead us in the self-sacrificial way, exemplary way we want? We are not doing that. But I think elements of that have to be considered. The youth are future leaders. Are they prepared? Are they groomed to take on the leadership and move us to another level? That is something we need to look at. I don't think it's happening in the political parties. And I don't think they have options to pick a little more. Now that they can't go to America or other places, it's going to be quite.
A question that is often debated about democracy in Africa, and if we're practicing the right kind of democracy in Africa, or if it should be kind of reshaped or reframed to kind of suit our kind of continent, our culture, etc. People argue that it's largely defined by Western standards. What are your thoughts on that? And should we be rethinking and reinterpreting democracy on the continent?
Thank you for that question. It sort of echoes, in my opinion, a highly Western rhetoric that has been held, which is that democracy is a luxury for Africans, and suggests that we are not able to live out and implement the ideals of democracy as it is, and rebuild the structures or live by the rules that democracy come with. And I think that that's what informs some of that argument. When we look at, oh, by the way, I was supposed to mention, I want to specify that I am from the Democratic Republic of Cameroon, which is also one of, the countries that have been under the radar for quite a while as to the way it is practicing its democracy, and which highlights what I mentioned earlier about the narrowing down of democratic governance to electoralism. And we'll find what we have observed is a situation where many leaders, they have the means to access power. They have the power to access power, but they lack the power to give up power. And these are all the reasons why people, of course, earlier on he was talking about the issue of democratic dividends, the popularity of Traoré and all of that, which points to the citizens' legitimate impatience with the promise of democracy and the multiple dimensions, the multidimensional issues of credibility that it now evokes. But when we narrow it down to the definition, which His Excellency President Obasanjo mentioned earlier when he was doing his presentation, as the government for the people, government of the people, for the people, by the people, are we able to meet these criteria? Then we would not be talking about whether or not it is ideal for Africans, because it really boils down to these three things, and moving away from a situation where we have a government that is not by the people or for the people. And so moving forward, it is really important, like, unless we start thinking, going back to the place where democracy truly belongs to its people, then we would sadly live to see the further disintegration of these ideals and weakening of the institutions. So do we, as Africans, need to rethink our own democracy, go back to the traditional systems that it pre-existed, this. When you dig into history, I mean, and there are a lot of scholars who may have different opinions about this, but the birthplace of democracy is still, subject to debate. And in my opinion, I would say it's right here on the continent. And so maybe other people adopted it and came up with different variations of it. And the different sort of hybridization of forms of democracies that we're seeing, which has led us to start asking whether we need our own form of democracy. It is more, in my opinion, a reflection of the failed promises, the failed promises and the different corruptions that have infiltrated the process versus the need for it or our ability to implement the ideals. That's what I can say to that.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to add something, Your Excellency? I see you. Yeah.
Yes. I think answering the question, why are the younger people or youths on the continent getting impatient about democracy? I think for a lot of the young people on the continent, they just feel that they are not heard. So if you say you're practicing democracy and they don't feel as if they are participating, they watch how elections are held, the outcomes of elections, but ultimately, they don't see their lives getting better. They are not able to afford, the cost of goods and services. But more importantly, they can't see hope for the future. You say, oh, you are the leaders of tomorrow. And they say, okay, what are we going to lead? Are we going to lead poverty? So I think that's where we should really focus our conversations on democracy on, which is that let us look at our reality. The reality is that 70% of the people on this continent of Africa are under the age of 35. And I do not know if 20% of those under the age of 35 are participating in governance in any form. And that needs to change. Those are the things we need to focus on. Yes, you say they are on social media, they are on TikTok, and they are talking. That is not participation. Yes, they say they vent their frustrations, but all that venting is not reflected in the outcomes of governance, what they have to deal with in their daily lives. So, recommendations, I will say, look, let's, rather than continue to talk theoretically about democracy, let's utilize those embedded tools in democracy to address the yearnings of the larger population on the continent. And what are these? First, giving them a sense of belonging, of participation, of involvement, and also begin to explain to them the difference between the exercise of power and the benefits that come out of power, which is governance. The fact that you have won an election, the fact that you are a member of the House of Assembly or whatever, does not mean that you have the tools to carry out activities that will make my life better. And I'm not interested in whatever you say you are or whatever power position you occupy, if that position does not benefit me or I cannot see my progress, as you exercise that power.
Yeah, absolutely. So, sir, you would do differently in terms of, some of the issues that you've talked about. If you had another chance, what would you do differently?
What I will do again is to focus more on how to use political power to deliver socio-economic goods for the citizens. what you find on the continent, and I'm sure, many people who have been, in power, particularly executive power, will tell you, is that the fact that you are in charge, the fact that you're a president or you're a governor, does not necessarily mean that you'll be able to deliver, services to your people. There are state structures, the public service, there's, there are a whole slew of structures of governance that must work to enable you who now have political power to actually deliver service to your citizens. Political power alone does not confer all the benefits the citizens want automatically. These structures need to be built, particularly your public services, the civil service, the public services, those organs of government that are expected to provide those services, education, health, infrastructure, right? Yes, you can talk about the big issues of corruption at the top, that if you had a bit more transparency, you'll see how the money flows through. But do you have the capacity within the organs of state to deliver? So my advice is, yes, it's important to focus on elections, getting the right people into power, but what we should also be emphasizing now is how to support those who are in power to actually deliver on the promises that they have made to people. And sometimes they're not able to because the tools are not there.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Susan, let's come to you. Let's kind of throw it forward. What does African democracy look like 10 years from now, ideally or realistically, based on your observations and the work that you do?
Well, I would say maturing, because my perception or my knowledge of democracy has been that it's a journey. It's not perfect. It takes time. It takes experiences for us to grow. But if what is happening currently is anything to go by, then we have a lot of work to do. We really have a lot of work to do, because in the urgency that we are seeing amongst citizens to see those changes and to really enjoy the democracy that they wish for or they hope for, there are a lot of mistakes being made. We are seeing a lot of infrastructure being damaged in the long term, infrastructure that has taken years to build. We are seeing peace becoming even more fragile, peace that takes a very long time to build. We are seeing a lot of things going amiss, but I believe that not all is lost. If we build the right capacity in, for instance, the youth who are in a hurry. I think my colleague from Kenya spoke extensively about what's going on with the young people and how they are leaderless, and they've decided to come up with these things, these principles and the things that they expect to see. Then there's need to build their capacity to understand how they can galvanize that power to make it productive, to make it meaningful, to make it what we saw the Kenneth Kaundas, the Kwame Nkrumahs, those leaders in the past, the way they were able to mobilize themselves and use that power to build and strengthen institutions and countries and the continent. And then also, I think, again, I will still come back to technology, because I know that it's something that we are not really looking at, but we need to actually begin to look at. If we are going to harness technology in a way that will be more meaningful for us as a continent, then definitely it will aid our journey to having much more progressive democracies. We are just thinking about, oh, I'm going to exercise my democratic right. When I go to the ballot box and I drop a ballot paper in there, then I've exercised my democracy. But it doesn't end there. There are so many other things, and I think we just have to harness them in the right way. And finally, to the leaders, for me, I think that leaders need to begin to come back to a place of humility. They need to come back to a place where they stop placing loyalty above the law. They need to get to a place where it is okay to sit within the discomfort of opposition, because it is only when you listen to those people that do not, that speak truth to you, That is the only way you collectively come up with a solution. I want to share this example from my country, Zambia, which I felt was something that was very, very sad. One of the handlers of the presidency, a previous presidency, shared an experience of what it was like working in State House. And he said something to the extent that there was a time when people were demanding so much of the ruling party then. And in that demand, they were talking about corruption and everything that was going on with the government that was going wrong. And so that meant every headline in each of the main newspapers was speaking against the president, calling for the president's head. And he said it became very uncomfortable at State House. And when it became uncomfortable at State House, what did the handlers decide to do? They went to print a new newspaper for the president, only for the president, meaning if, for instance, the Zambia Daily Mail had a headline that said something about the president needing to resign or retire, they would write a headline that talked about, oh, how great his leadership had been and all. And so there's a lot of misunderstandings that happen. I guess sometimes it's easy to point to the leaders and the heads of government and all, but their handlers also play a role. And so until the leaders begin to understand that it's okay to listen to other people, that is the only way we can make progress. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Did you want to add something to that? Or?
Maybe 2 points.
Okay.
Yes. The first one is about this idea of having African democracy, trying to make democracy looks like Africa, quote unquote. For me, we have like few questions that we need to keep in mind. I think from everybody who spoke before us here, we agree that we want government by the people. We want to live somewhere where people are the sovereign power holder. Second, do we want political systems that deliver? Like everybody says, accountability, delivering, inclusion, etc. The third thing for me is, what are the assumptions that we are making about ourselves? For instance, when you say people like power, can we say that Africans like power? When you say people are egoistic, can we say that in Africa we are? If we have these assumptions, it means the way we build the institutions, we need to make sure that we are not making like positive, wrong assumptions about ourselves. Keeping in mind, as you just said, that 70% of our population today are under 35. These people have like phones in their hand and connected to the world. When we talk about African values and culture, etc. today, what does that mean for these people? We need to understand that before we start building institutions and etc. That is one. The second thing that I want to say also is we have not been able so far to have our own connections between stakeholders that are key for the functioning of democracy. I'm talking about connection between government, between our academic sector, between civil society and private sector. If we do not build this type of connections, with the fact that we are having less and less resources coming from outside, we are weakening our democracy soon. Whether it's about thinking and generating our own thought, being able to
Okay, thank you very much. So at this point, we might pause just to see if there's any questions in the audience. Can I have a show of hands if anybody would like to ask a question to the panelists? Okay, we have one here, 2, 3. Okay, we'll 4. Oh, 5. Okay. So, oh wow. Okay, we have many hands. I'm not sure we have time to answer all of them, but gentleman over here, does anyone have a mic that can? No mic. Do you want to take this?
Thank you.
I'm Senator Edwin Snow from the ECOWAS Parliament. I was invited as one of the panelists, but we've made some adjustments, so I've presented my paper already to the organizers. But let me go into my question. Can you hear me? You can hear me? Oh, really? I'm Senator Edwin Snow, and I come from the ECOWAS Parliament. I chair the Committee on Political Affairs, Peace and Security. So I should have been here as one of the panelists. We've made some adjustments, but I have shared my own narrative with the organizers that they will use for the working session. But to ask my question, we are talking about why democracy died. We are looking at the different situations, and President Mahama this morning, for example, spoke of the popular leader in Burkina Faso. How do we compare that with the very popular leader in Ghana, who won a very huge mandate and now controls parliament overwhelmingly? And how do we compare that with Rwanda, that has no term limit? And today I just heard one of our speakers talking about the Democratic Republic of Cameroon. I don't know if she was being sarcastic or she was serious about that. But when she immediately said it, I went to try to Google it, and I saw that that's not the official name of Cameroon. But the problem we are having is that, and Bishop rightly said it this morning, that there are prescriptions for every democracy. How do we now work to harmonizing those prescriptions for the betterment of our people? So that, Ghana doesn't have one prescription for Ghanaians, Liberia has another prescription, and also we've had some very positive feedbacks in democracy. Even in the West African region, there have been some very positive feedbacks, but also there are negatives. How can we find a prescription to correct those negatives? Thank you.
Hello. Your Excellency, distinguished presidents, former presidents, former governors, I want to make it short so I may beat the protocol. I'm very happy to be here today because I now see that Africa is having a wind of change, and this conference is in the right time. And my question is, now that we have distinguished former leaders in various African countries here, and now we've discovered our problems, how do we go forward with this? Because most importantly, I listened when the former governor of Edo State was speaking, and the panelists asked, if you are now a president, do you have something you can do different? And he states the problem, because the breach between the youth and the officials, the gap is very far. And in Africa, the kind of democracy we have here, I think, is not customized to our own custom. So we have to do that, because if you see most of our leaders in Africa, they're all most of them school abroad. What is difference? There is no any difference. So what I'm trying to say is this kind gesture from former Goodluck Jonathan, I think is at the right time, that there should be a bridge that is built between the higher class and the lower class, not just before the campaign, but after the campaign, because I see that many of our leaders are here now, and they want to build us together, but if this same group now come to the government, will this be the same? So how can we build the gap, the bridge, like communication? For instance, you have the Ministry of Communication, you have the Ministry of Information, but they are now informing, my microphone, but they now inform the government instead of informing or dealing with the public. So I think we need to find a way to solve this gap.
We're running out of time, so I have to close this panel. Thank you very much. We are running out of time, so we have to close this panel, and I didn't fully hear the questions because there was a lot of commentary there, and I couldn't make out the questions, but did any of you? Yeah? Okay.
Okay, thank you. I thought the two questions I had, first, how do we harmonize democratic practices on the continent? Listening to Bishop Kuka, he said, look, democracy is unique to the particular people or the particular country that's practicing it. You don't expect the same, the democracy will be practiced the same way across all the nations on the continent. However, there are some common underlying principles that must be observed for you to have, a democracy that continues to thrive. And that delves into the question asked by, the second person, which is how do we bridge the gaps? Democracy in itself, if you practice it, in the way it should create spaces, should create civic spaces for people to be able to communicate, to be able to discuss, to exchange ideas. That's why we politicians, in seeking for office, go around campaigning. That's why you have opposition parties who are proffering alternative views. If you practice democracy in whatever form, upholding these principles, then over time you are likely to make progress and bridge the gaps. But for me, the landing point for me is, look, at the end of the day, is this system, am I better off with this system of government, with this democracy, the way it has been practiced in my domain? That's the underlying question. If I am better off, then okay, I continue to make improvements. If I am not, then what do I do? Still working within the ambits, the principles underlying on which democracy rests, to change or to improve, my democratic form of government.
Thank you.
I want to on the harmonization of prescriptions, I would like to say that this is where ECOWAS needs to come in. And I think support to ECOWAS to make sure that taking into account everything that is happening in the sub-region, being able to draw some of the common challenges, some of the specificities that can help in harmonizing prescriptions. But we need something that in my view, we lack today. That are mechanisms to learn by what we are doing. To learn how to become Democrat. You learn by doing. But you cannot learn by doing if you are not able to stop by time to time to learn, to take stock of whatever you are doing, your failures, your successes, and learn from them. So maybe we need mechanisms to learn from our experiences.
Okay, I think we are completely out of time. Please give this esteemed panel a huge round of applause. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. And yeah, okay. 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 Thank you. All right. Oh, thank you.
We are taking a quick group photograph, please. No, here's fine. Please hurry. In the meantime, another round of applause for that very wonderful session. Thank you, Stephanie, for moderating it beautifully, and thank you to all our discussants for sharing your knowledge and expertise. So we will prepare now for our next session, which is a fireside chat on resilience and democratic renewal. Thank you also very much. Much grateful. Resilience and democratic renewal, identifying strategies for reversing democratic backsliding and promoting sustainable democratic reforms. To do us the honors of moderating this conversation, I'd like to invite Njoya Tikum, Director, UNDP Sub-Regional Hub for West and Central Africa and Resident Representative, UNDP Senegal, to come upstage. We are very honored to have as our discussants two distinguished personalities. First, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, who is a former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Yes, yes. Very strong indeed, very strong indeed. He will join us shortly. We will also be joined by Barrister Charlotte Kesson-Smith Osei, who is a former chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Ghana. Whilst we wait for them to settle and to invite protocol to remove some of the excess seats, kindly remove some of the excess sheets. And whilst we buy time, I always love to invite all of us to do some quick reflection with our neighbor, asking ourselves what our contribution to this debate will be when we get back to our homes and to our work. So please kindly turn to your neighbor and share what you pledge to do to revive our democracy. In 2 minutes, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Barrister Charlotte Osei. I'm looking out for the fireside. Am I missing it? Where is the fireside? Oh, it's there. Pardon? The speech. You want the speech? The speech is the fireside. Okay. I get it now. I was looking out for fire. But that would be disastrous, right? Thank you. So we're just waiting for His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo. Please kindly share some reflective moments with your neighbor. Let me also just quickly announce that when we are done with this session, we will take some contributions from the floor. Mr. Musa Kondo, Executive Director, Sahel Institute, a civil society platform, please be on standby. Ene Obi, former Country Director of Action Aid, and Dr. Ibrahima Sal, Executive Director, Trust Africa Senegal, Samson Itodo, Executive Director of Yaga. We will be taking your very brief remarks when we're done this session, as well as remarks from the Speaker of the Liberian Parliament and His Excellency Erastus Mwencha as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our fireside discussants a round of applause. Mr. Moderator, over to you.
Thank you very much, MC. Good afternoon or good evening. No, I think we are still in the afternoon, so good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy you're still here. Assure you that the fire is going to be in the ideas that you sparkled here today. I would not. Who will be the fire? I would try and sparkle it from you. Okay. But colleagues, I think you all know, Your Excellency. I'm not sure we need to introduce who Baba is. But I think you also know our sister Charlotte. As you can read in the agenda, Charlotte led the Electoral Commission of Ghana during a very critical period in its history. I'm quite privileged that they've given me the opportunity to help moderate this conversation and try and see if we can get the best out of Baba and Charlotte. But you might be asking, why am I calling him Baba? Maybe I should start from there. We all know His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo, but I grew up at a time when the first mention I heard of his name was Baba. So for a very long time, I thought his name was actually Baba. And then I went to Nigeria, and I had an occasion to interact with some of my Nigerian friends, and I was asking them, why is everybody calling their former president Baba? Because in Cameroon, Baba meant something different for us. Baba was the guardian of almost the galaxy of the country. It was the royalty, it was the king, it was the traditional ruler who covered for his people. And I wanted to understand why President Obasanjo has earned in the hearts of Nigerians that endearment. And I worked in Ethiopia, and he came there, and I also saw Ethiopians call him Baba. And I said to myself, President Obasanjo has endeared himself in the hearts of Africans to a point where we no longer see him as a former president. We almost see him like our father, almost the father of Africa. And so I'm quite privileged here today. What we would try and do is just have a back and forth discussion, and then I would like to also hear some of you jump in and share. And so, Baba, if you don't mind me, I will use the word Baba, because that is the one I like to call you. That brings you closer to home for me. I will start with Baba, actually. I've actually been intrigued listening to Baba over the years. But I know that President Obasanjo is a live example of someone who has witnessed power and powerlessness. President Obasanjo, at 38 years old, took over power in Nigeria, 1976, I think, as a soldier. At 42, he gave it back. Most of us at 38 years old, we would not give anything back. But he did. He gave back power to a civilian government, which then sparked Nigeria's democratic pathways. The country itself was almost 19 years old after independence. And I've always wondered, even after doing that, he went back to being a soldier. In the 90s, he was arrested, jailed, in fact, put on death row. And then somehow, he came back, and the people of Nigeria democratically elected him to be a president of that country. I've always wondered, Your Excellency, in those moments when you were on death row, what were you thinking about the state of democracy of your country? What did you see in democracy that kept you hopeful of what the future of Nigeria might look like?
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Let me I will come to answer your question. But I want to thank a point of duty annually to set up dialogue on different aspects of democracy. I believe that democracy is not a destination, it is a journey. And if it is a journey, we must be talking about it. We must be dialoguing about it. We must be exchanging ideas and views about it. So I thank you for this. And of course, you know, if you call me and there is nothing really of life and death holding me back, you say jump, I will only ask you how high. So that's why I'm here. I want to thank Bishop Kuka for his, he's not here, but what I will say about him are for real.
Right here.
Where is he? Bishop Kuka? Hey, you can be missed on the day of rapture. Because you are not where you are supposed to be. And when rapture takes place and you are not where you are supposed to be, we have gone and we will leave you here. I said to Bishop Kuka after that brilliant presentation and I said, well spoken, really, really well spoken. But then I said to him, you know, I disagree with you on a number of points that you made. And then, of course, he disarmed me with his reply. He said, I'm a theorist. You are a practitioner. So, well, with that, what else can I say? But the point is this. Any human institution can die. For you to say democracy cannot die, I disagree. Any human institution, any human idea, any human organization, any human ideal can die. Anyway, that's for another day. Well, you have talked a little bit about my credential. I believe very, very strongly, I am convinced that for a diverse society, for a pluralistic society, the form of government best that we know now is democratic form of government, because it allows for dialogue, discussion, conversation, talking among yourself, and that strongly I believe in. And we are, almost all of our countries in Africa, I don't know which country you will say, hasn't got diversity. Now, if we are all countries with diversity, then if democracy is good for diversity, then we should adopt it, we should embrace it, and we should practice it. So that was the reason why, when I became a military head of state, I handed over to a democratically elected president or group. Again, as you rightly pointed out, I have been a victim in the hand of a military dictator. And that I'm here with you now, it's the grace of God. Because he said to a number of people that 3 of us are in detention or in prison, and 3 of us will never come out of detention or prison. 2 didn't come out. I'm not mocking them. I'm just saying the grace of God. I was the only one who came out. Of the 3 that he said will not come out alive. So, for that reason, you will understand how I feel when you talk of anything that is non-democratic or is whatever. But let us face the fact. I talk now of Western liberal democracy, which is what we inherited from our colonial masters. And you cannot blame them. That is what they have, and that is what they gave us. But for me, the context of that democracy is monarchy. That's why in Britain or any other country in Europe, they will talk of loyal opposition. And I think it's Bishop Cooker. How can you talk of loyal opposition? In almost all African languages that I have looked into, opposition is enemy. How can you talk of loyal enemy? What do you do with your enemy? You crush him. And you see the way our politicians practice it. Enemy must not be allowed to live because it's an enemy. So, the Western liberal democracy does not come up within the context of African culture and African tradition. In Africa, we never talk of government and opposition. Together, and we implement. So I believe, you say why, then what was I thinking when I was in prison? You know, God is a wonderful God. While I was in prison, I believe I will come out of prison alive. I believe the man who put me in prison will not be the one that will release me. But how it will happen, I never knew. I never knew. And the day Abacha died, a warder came to me and said, "Sir, congratulations." I said, "Warder, what is the problem?" He said, "Our enemy that had died." I said, "Warder, who is your enemy now?" He said, "Abacha." I said, "Warder, you know, if I have money and you need money, and you ask me, I will give. This kind lie you come now is not." He said, "No be lie." I said, "All right." And when those who came in the evening resumed, another one came and said the same. I said, "What's your evidence?" He said, "Oh, CNN don't talk them." Now, anything CNN talk, it must be taken with some form of reality. And then that was it. A week after, another warder, because that's how we got our messages in Nigerian prison. It's only the warders or the prisoners who went out to do work outside who bring news, because we have no radio, no television, no newspaper. So another warder came and said, "Oga, you have been released though." I said, "Okay." The whole of that day, I didn't hear anything, but it has been announced that I have been released. So the superintendent came in the evening, and I said, he came, normally he would not come to my cell. That evening he came to my cell, and I was bold enough. I said, "Superintendent, when I come out of here, I will sue you for, yes, you detain me the way you should not detain me. And then he said to me that, sir, you know that I don't get my my instruction from radio and television. My headquarters has not passed instruction to me. When my headquarters passes instruction to me, I will act. The following morning at 9 o'clock, he came. He never saluted me when I was a prisoner. He saluted smartly. He opened my disorder of my cell and said, you can go. And then I was taken to the airport. There was a presidential jet. It took me from Yola to Lagos, and from Lagos I came, and there was police escort. They took me to my farm, and I've remained on my farm since then. So that's how I felt about it, and that's what happened.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's humbling listening to this personal anecdote of your life and how it connects to the larger picture of Nigeria's and to an extent Africa's democratic journey. I would come back to you because you've raised quite a couple of interesting points, but let me tease out our sister Charlotte before we take the next step. The country with the management of the Electoral Commission of Ghana in 2015, at a time when the country was trying to re-emerge in its democratic image, to get a new image out of its democratic process. You managed very successfully, I would say, one of the examples of how elections should be run on this continent. We celebrated you back then, but I must say, I am sure that in those moments, there must have been a time when behind closed doors, you received some phone calls you didn't want to receive. You got some pressures that you didn't want to get. I'm trying to figure out at a personal level, what was the cost of you running an election that high stake? At you personally, what was the cost for you as a female running an election in a big democracy on the continent with all the challenges that Ghana went through? And by the way, an election that didn't necessarily go in favor of the incumbent, if I recall. What was the cost to you at a personal level? And how does that connect to the journey that the country has taken to now?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to His Excellency President Jonathan. It's a privilege to be here, and it's amazing that you're doing this because, like Baba said, I believe democracy dies. Democracy dies in darkness. Democracy dies when there's silence. So the fact that we have an annual dialogue to talk about democracy is one of the key things that would help to keep democracy alive. And it's also an honor to share a stage with an icon like Baba, who is outstanding on the continent. Yes, I was appointed to the Electoral Commission, first female. So that came with its own challenges. I think there were two major challenges, maybe three. Being female, I was told directly by several people that it was not a job for a female. Even my own father expressed the same fear. It was like, this is not a job for a woman. A lot of people thought I was too young, especially because I was coming after a legendary figure, Dr. Farijan, who had been there for more than 20 years. So the ageism, the sexism created their own problems. But there were also the normal...
How old were you then?
I was appointed in 2015. I was 46. 6. There are the usual troubles that come with chairing an electoral commission. I don't think those ones were unexpected. It's a job that everyone who's held it, I speak to my colleagues, especially across the African continent and the Commonwealth, and everybody has very similar challenges. There's misinformation, there's lies, there's attacks on everything you do, that kind of comes with the territory. So it's almost to be expected. But I think when you're a woman, it can take a different dimension. In terms of personal costs, I wouldn't say the phone calls and the pressure were the issues. Most people know I'm quite stubborn. So the kind of calls you think I received, I probably did not even receive because they knew I would not be amenable. The cost was really on a very personal level, attacks on my family, concerns about the safety of my children and my wider family. There were a lot of lies, and so the whole fabric of the family was affected. It's either they were worrying for themselves or they were constantly worrying about your own safety. My dad was still alive at the time, so that created other challenges. There was a time that a political party mob surrounded my dad's house, that they were going to burn it down because of actions they felt I had taken. So those were the kinds of personal pressures that as a woman, as a mother, as a daughter, as a wife, as a sister, you have to deal with. So those ones were more worrying than the pressure of people calling you to say, do this. I mean, if they say do it and it's not in line with the law, it's an easy answer. I wouldn't do it because it's not in line with the law. So that didn't really bother me too much. No.
Thank you very much. And I wanted to start with this personal side of actors of democratic processes, because I think sometimes we focus so much on the formal aspects and forgetting that, as the President said in the morning, behind every democratic institution are human beings. And Your Excellency, let me come back to you. Because in the morning, and you've repeated the same thing here in contesting the bishop's point of view. In the morning, you started off by saying democracy needs reform. You've been around for a while, Baba, even though I saw you playing football recently, even better than some of us. In your opinion, what are the three big things in that democratic or the
Thank you very much, my dear brother. I thought I'd touch on them in the morning when Anne unceremoniously invited me to speak without giving me any warning. The first thing we must admit and accept is that democracy, even as defined by the American president, as I said in the morning, is meant to be the whole population. The whole population. Government of the people. Of the people. He did not say of some people. Of the people. By the people. For the people. And let me put it this way. In a situation today where in a population of 100, you will register 60 for election. And the day of election, 30 will come to vote. And the one who wins, only 12 vote for him or her. What is the democracy in that? Government of the people, by the people, for the people. So out of 100, only 12 have given this man mandate. Now that can't be. It cannot be right. We have to do something about that. Another thing that cannot be right is winner takes all. If you are talking of the people, all the people, for as long as you leave out almost 50% of those who even participate, let us leave out how many there are, then you are actually keeping out 50% of those who should be part of the government, as far as I'm concerned. So that too cannot be right. Winner takes all. It cannot be right. And these two that I've explained, they are not in line with African culture. They are not in line with African tradition. They are not in line with African way of running affairs. Whether at the village level, where I come from, I'm a village boy. And if you take me out of the village, you can take village out of me. Now, and I say, if you went to my village 60 years ago, and government wants to do something, and then they come, and my sister here, and you are living in my village, and they say, my sister, and the village elders and community leaders know that my sister is light-fingered. And they say, oh, he will be the treasurer. They will say, no.
But did you say she's light-fingered?
They will say, no. No, her farm is too far. When we need her, we will not be able to rush to her farm. But your farm is nearby. We call it Etile. That's the farm that is very nearby. Now, you will be the one. Now, that is the way they go about it. They won't say to her that no. But today, that same my village, if you go there, she has money. She will spread money around. Huh? And even if they didn't want to give her, she will make sure that her money gives it to her. So we may not now also be talking of moneycracy instead of democracy. And that is a problem. In the morning, the president talked about corruption. We take corruption in terms of, not only in terms of money. Corruption, somebody told me, those who manipulate elections, they started from the registration of parties and then registration of voters. And then, of course, some will not get to where they should get to. And the point really is this. These changes that are the one I'm talking about in terms of the context and then the content. I was surprised when a British minister told me that even in Britain, they find dead people voting. Even in Britain. Those are the people who gave us, from whom we inherit this Western liberal democracy. If they are displeased with it, shouldn't we rethink what we have inherited? Let me give you another one. Another British friend of mine, we were talking, and he said, look, this democracy has gone awry for us. I said, what do you mean by that? He said, Sunak was not voted for as Prime Minister, and Sunak became the Prime Minister. That cannot be what the American president definition of democracy is about. Now, if these are the ways that those who even gave us this Western liberal democracy are thinking, they are interrogating what they have, shouldn't we be rethinking and be interrogating and see that this is not delivering? Now, what is government about? Whether the government, no matter how you define the government is for the protection of life and property, welfare and well-being of individual, protection of life and property, and catering for the welfare and well-being. Now, if a government cannot assure you of protection of your life and your property, and if a government cannot assure you of your well-being and your welfare, so what does it matter how it comes about? And I have heard people in Nigeria say to me, now democracy we go chop. You talk of democracy, now democracy man go chop. You won't eat democracy. You want democracy to deliver what they call democracy dividend. Democracy dividend. And when democracy is not delivering democracy dividend, that democracy is probably in the intensive care unit.
Baba,
yeah.
Before you drop the mic.
Now let me put the third point. Okay. I talk of the content, the context, the content, and then the practice. These are the three areas where there must be reform. And any human organization that is not subject to reform, periodic reform even, it will get rotten, and it will die.
Thank you very much. In fact, the practice part is what I wanted to come back and push you on, because you mentioned it in the morning. Because there's also a contradiction in what you say, Baba. The growth of democracy. But in other circles, and I think the bishop said it in the morning, or the president himself, elections are almost an end result. There's a whole process that happens between the state and its citizens before we get to elections. And that process characterizes, to an extent, what forms or how people see themselves in a democracy. I wanted to, before I go back to my sister, on the practice element, because I'm assuming this is where it lands. How do we sustain the connection between the state, or the trust between the state and its citizens, even at the time when we contest the Westphalian model of electoral democracy?
For as long as our emphasis is on the election, and those who are trying to become executive, governor, executive, whatever, president, whatever, and we do not care adequately on how, what I would call pre-election, and then post-election, then for as long as that is not paid enough attention, so long will our democracy be wobbling and then die. You see, for leadership, I just mentioned, I hope my sister didn't take offense when I use her as example, that in our society, culturally, traditionally, what matters is character. And they will say, oh, you, first, whose child? Where does he come from? Oh, what sort of person is he or she? But today, do we even know what is the background of the people contesting? In some cases, the only thing that is not fake about them is that they are human beings.
Baba, but wholly there, I want to come back on leadership because it's a whole segment of our discussion. I would want you to do a deeper reflection. If you don't mind, maybe I bring in I bring in Charlotte now.
Yeah. Okay. So what I have talked about is character. That before election, we will come back
on it.
We'll come back.
Yeah, because that's a big part. But Charlotte, you heard Baba's perception on the role of elections in sustaining a democracy. But let's shift a little bit to the topic Baba just ignited, leadership. But leadership of institutions. Are we suffering on the continent from a crisis of leadership? And we will, before the end of this discussion, pivot towards solutions on how we sustain democracy, because this is what our session is about. But do we have a crisis? You've now been engaged in regional, policy advisory discussions. Is the continent suffering from a crisis of institutions, or, as somebody would say, a crisis of strong men?
I don't think it's just the continent. I think it's a global crisis of leadership. We're seeing even democracies that are over 200 years old grappling with very similar issues to what we are also trying to grapple with. In the case of Africa, specifically West Africa, I would think it's a crisis of both. It's a crisis of institutions not having the independence and the structures that they should have to support democracy properly. And so it makes the strong men seem even stronger. We talk about democracy backsliding. And yes, it is. All the statistics, the data shows that democracy is backsliding in Africa. But why is it backsliding? It's the same old issues. It's manipulation of constitutions. It's the clamping down, closing down of the civic space. It's flawed elections, or elections that the people, the voters, do not accept as credible elections. And so we've had several cases where observers would even sign off elections, and then the countries go into crisis because the people do not accept the results, and it becomes a coup. We've had people trying to extend tenure through constitutional manipulation. Together. And then, on the other hand, you have a very young population that has more access to information and opportunities to engage than before. And so the level of frustration is higher. And when you have young people who are facing unemployment and they feel disengaged from society, Baba talked about inclusion. They don't feel included after election day. We should expect very high levels of frustration. And so when you see research that says that, for instance, 51% of Ghanaians think that where there's abuse of elected power, a coup d'etat is the solution. It's actually easy to understand because the last coup in Ghana was 44 years ago. So a lot of the young people who are actually voters now, and probably the majority of voters, have never experienced military dictatorship. So our perspective is very different from theirs. And so when they see abuse of power, they see corruption, they don't see access to power, they don't see any opportunities for inclusion, for having a say in how they are governed, we should not be surprised at the results we're getting. And so ultimately, we need to do better. The leaders need to do better. The institutions, African Union, ECOWAS, they need to do better. We need to strengthen those institutions so they are not seen as an ECOWAS of leaders or an AU of leaders, because that's all we see from the people perspective in conferences with themselves, and we don't see them engaging the people. And so when ECOWAS tells us, for instance, that they have the policy on good governance has zero tolerance for coups, we say yes. But when there's coups, ECOWAS is very loud in condemning coups. But when there's constitutional manipulation of flawed elections, ECOWAS would deploy quiet diplomacy. That's why the people are not happy.
Thank you very much. Charlotte, looks like you touched a nerve. I'm going to come to the audience. But I had a discussion with President Jonathan when we were in Banjul about your last point. And I want to hear Baba's take on this. Because, Baba, you are friends with quite a lot of these people who manipulate constitutions. When we have leadership that manipulates constitutions, that legally it might be, but that those constitutions that are manipulated become the source of discontent and disconnect between the states and its people to a point where we then have soldiers leave their barrack to take power. Who are we to blame in a situation like that? But even personally, Baba, because I know you've traveled this continent, you've talked to those that have manipulated constitutions continuously. You've talked to those that are struggling to even know their left from their right, but are still staying in power. They don't want to leave. Where are we going? Where did we get it wrong on our leadership of the continent?
I don't think we can blame ourselves as the victim, because we are victim. But I will tell you a true story. As you rightly said, I go to all of them, and there's no head of state or president in Africa that I will hesitate, if I have to see, that I will hesitate to see. But let me give you an example. When President Kagame was trying to have, I think, a third term, anywhere I went in the West, they will point out to me and say, look, this. So I decided to go to President Kagame. And President Kagame gave me the history of his effort to, if you like, mentor a successor. And he gave me the history of two of such mentors that have betrayed him and betrayed the country, and I think have left the country. Then one of them was not too long ago killed in South Africa. He gave me this. And he then said to me, you know the history of genocide in this country, where almost 1 million people were killed, and the world was, for 1 month, watching. And what I will want is not for us to have that type of situation again. I will, of course, agree with him on that. So I said, okay, thank you. Then I want to know what's going on in the street. So I bought an artificial mustache. And then I went to a local hotel. And then I went into the street. And I asked 10 people. And 8 out of 10 said, look, if this man is ruling us the way he's ruling us, if he wants 10 terms, we will give him. Now, if you get that from the people of the country, who am I? And tell me, who am I to say, because it has amended the Constitution, and the Constitution is perfectly amended, and it's going along the amended Constitution. Now, that is one story. Then there's the story of another president, I will not mention him, and you will forgive me, an African president. And we were together. I was president then, and one Mahama, who was in the National Assembly, House of Representatives, had decided to impeach me as president. So I was talking with this president, African president, outside Nigeria, and in fact outside Africa. We were in Europe. And he called me and said, hey, my brother, what is this nonsense that you people in Nigeria want to introduce to Africa? Somebody will say he's impeaching the president. I said, yes. I said, our Constitution allows that if the president commits any misconduct, he can be impeached. He said, go back home and amend that Constitution. Now, he could go back home and amend his Constitution. I cannot. But he didn't understand. Well, that president has been as long as, I don't know.
He's still in power.
That's another one. So the point really is that it's very difficult to judge. Because one president rightly mentioned to me that, look, Europe was not developed on the basis of changing monarchies. And if Europe has not had those monarchies that developed Europe at the time that that the countries of Europe were developed, maybe it will have been different. America was a different ball game. America established itself out of protest against Europe. And even America, until the time of Roosevelt, you could be president for as long.
Baba, are you saying that in Africa we don't need it?
Just wait. I don't believe that you should be president for life. But I believe that certain fundamentals must be accepted. And it doesn't matter who comes or who goes, those fundamentals must be stuck to. Look, let me take my own country, Nigeria, now, so that it doesn't matter what you say about Nigeria now. The issue of security is fundamental. It doesn't matter what you say about Nigeria now. The issue of peace is fundamental. It doesn't matter what you say about Nigeria today. The issue of unity, of purpose is fundamental. Stability is fundamental. Economy is fundamental. So, for me, it doesn't really matter if those fundamental issues are taken as sacrosanct and they are looked at regularly, persistently, and in the right way.
Baba, but isn't that dangerous? Wouldn't that be dangerous that any president or leader can pinpoint something that is so fundamental in the country that determines why they should stay for life? Isn't that a dangerous path?
No, there's nothing like that. Look, God doesn't create anybody to stay for life in anything.
But we have some that are reaching 100 already and still in power.
Well, I know where you come from. I know what you are saying. No, but on a serious note, I think it is wrong idea for any human being to say that he wants to finish. What are you finishing? There's no finishing in God's work, and there's no finish. And God's work is your country. Your country is God's work. You cannot say you finish it. And people will government will come, government will go. I enjoy the life I'm living now. If I have been there in government, I won't be here with President Jonathan. And I won't have Bishop Kuka around me. He is a bishop, but I will get to heaven before him.
Thank you, Baba. Thank you. But maybe we get some questions from the audience. I know you've been listening impatiently, wanting to jump in. In the last one, we didn't hear the voices of the ladies, so I'll start with the ladies now. I will start with my sister here. Can somebody help me pass her the mic? And then I will take you at the back and you at the extreme for the first round. Can we give the mic to... So they say we only have 3 minutes for the Q&A, so please make it snappy. Don't thank the president. I thank him already. Just go straight to the point.
Good afternoon. My name is Magdala Cooper. I'm the political advisor to the president of Liberia, and also the chair on the City Council of Monrovia, which is the largest city in Liberia. But I want to bring to attention, in concurrence with what Baba said earlier regarding democracy, if democracy is a type of rule that is created by the people, for the people, and of the people, then, like Baba said, it includes all people's decision, or at least the majority. And I want to bring to attention, in 2008, I was then living in New York City. The popular mayor, Bloomberg, changed, with the support of the people, changed the Constitution of New York State, or New York City, so that he could run for a third term. And as a citizen or inhabitant or citizen, whatever, a person living in New York at the time, we all agree. Mayor Bloomberg was able to change the Constitution, and he did run for a third term. So, in agreeing with what Baba is saying, if the vast majority of the people are in support of continuity, I think for me it makes sense. Because all the people want, the people who make up the democracy demographic, if they are content with the development, with the results of the leadership, I think it should be continued. So in the case of Rwanda, if 8 out of 10 are saying that President Paul Kagame is doing a great job for the country, and they vote to support him in his continuity or continuation of his leadership, I support such an idea.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
this is what I just want to add. It's not,
Thank
it's
you.
not a
Let's
question.
take another reflection. Samsudi, and then we'll.
I am Shamsuddin. That's a Muslim version of.
Samsudi, quickly.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. I think we've been having quite thought-provoking conversation about whether democracy fails or dies. But I think what we are all agree on expectations from the people. But I would like to ask a question around the platform. Sir, we know that from 1999, when we moved from military to democracy, PDP has been a major political party in the entire continent. And I think central to the conversation about governance and democracy is the question about the selection of political leadership. So I want you to, if you can share a bit of experience about the controversies around this, especially when we talk about certain candidates with requisite qualities to undertake political governance is very crucial to addressing governance challenges that we have. But sorry, if I may ask one more question from Madam Charlotte. My question to you is that, do you think democracy can ever be credible? Because we've seen a whole lot of euphoria about if election is won by opposition parties, so it's credible. Do you think that is the situation? Thank you.
Thank you. So I think, colleagues, we are running behind time very badly.
Let me take
Papa, go ahead. There's one.
Quickly. Well, thank you very much, my dear sister. Well, there are still some stupid Nigerians who still believe that I wanted a third term. I think I'm not a fool. If I wanted a third term, I know how to go about it. And there's no Nigerian, dead or alive, that will say, I told him I wanted a third term. None. And I keep telling them that, look, if I wanted to get debt relief, which is more difficult than getting a third term, and I got it. If I wanted a third time, I would have got it. So, but you are right. If you put it across and your people agree to it, whichever way, who am I to say you haven't got it right? I know that the best is done when you are young, ideal, and vibrant and dynamic. When you are kuje, then you don't have the best. And but some people believe that unless they are there, nobody else. They will even tell you that they haven't got anybody else. And I believe that is a sin against God. Because if God takes you away, which God can do anytime, then somebody else will come. And that somebody else may do better or may do worse. I don't say it will do better. It may do better, it may do worse. But somebody else will come.
Thank you, Baba. Maybe, Charlotte, before I come to you, I'm told that Governor Peter Obi would like to say a few words. I know they are killing me with time, but he's spoken a lot about integrity in leadership. So I'd love for us to give him just 2 minutes for Governor Obi to say a few words. It's somebody that will follow his path also, and the conversation we're having about leadership, integrity. I'd like to hear your reflection.
Thank you very much.
Charlotte.
It won't even take 2 minutes, just 1 minute. I just want to disagree with my sister from Liberia. I do not think where the African democracy is today, that African leaders should be allowed to change the constitution because they will do it the wrong way. If you want to serve, you can actually do whatever you want to show that is exemplary within the period allowed. You can do it in 1 year. Just take Ghana. Things are changed in 6 months. So you don't need to be there for eternity. And there's so many competent leaders in Africa. If the term is 2 years, serve 2 years and go. Another person will come and continue from. Once you show an exemplary life or direction, nobody can change it. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanobi. And I think President Obasanjo and President Goodluck Jonathan are the clear examples of the life that you're talking about, the way they're living happily after office. I'm looking, I think we are at the end. I was hoping that President Jonathan would say a few words, but I think he will come for the closing. Colleagues, I'm really sorry. This has been an incredible conversation. I would like to give my panelists the last word to wrap up. We will take this discussion bilaterally. But Charlotte, I think there was one question directed to you, one last word, and then I would ask the last question to the President.
There was a question on whether elections are credible when the opposition wins. The thing is, elections are not a one-day event. It's a whole cycle. So we cannot judge the credibility of an election just based on the outcome of the election and if it is accepted. Most times when the opposition wins, it creates a peaceful atmosphere, and so the election is usually judged credible. However, an election is only credible if the election complies with the law, because every election is governed by a set of laws and the Constitution. And when the election also complies with the principles of electoral integrity, inclusiveness, people having the right to register, to vote, the freedom to vote, the counting is done in a credible manner, and the outcomes announced are in line with the votes that the people cast. So that's the only time we can say an election is credible, and not just because the outcome favored an opposition party.
Thank you very much. President Obasanjo, I want you to close this session with two advice. We have so many young presidents coming up now on this continent, which is quite good, I have to say. If you were to meet with 4 of them, what 3 values and principles would you ask them to never let go as they try to sustain their democracy?
I'll come to your question. But this issue of opposition winning, ensuring or giving indication of credibility of election, I think it's also part of what we get from our friends and development partners from the West. My friend Bush Jr., I think he's 43rd President of America. I think he's 43rd. Who will still remain friends anytime I go to America and I have a call on him. So my daughter contested the election as senator, and she lost. And when I saw him, I told him, I said, oh, my daughter contested the election as a senator, and she lost. He said that the election must be credible. Now, but that to me is not really the way that it should be looked at. Contested the election and she lost. It means that I didn't interfere with the election and all that. Okay. So that is that. I just believe that what I said earlier, there's a lot that should go into democracy before election. And there's even a lot more that should go into democracy after election. And democracy dividend must be felt by everybody. There should be nobody left out from benefiting from democracy dividend. Now, you said that we are getting young chief executive at our national levels now. Yes, we are. But I was fairly young when I left as military head of state. I left at 42. I came back 20 years later at 62, still comparatively young. And then I left after 8 years at 70, still comparatively young. And if I have not given up, now officially at 88, still comparatively young, then I can say to these young African presidents, there is life after the State House. I think that's very, very important. And if they know that there is life after State House, I think they will be a little bit along the path of rectitude. They will do things right, knowing that there's still a lot of them. I have also suggested to the AU, part of the problem of some of the young ones is what do they do? What do they do if you leave government as head of state at 50, whatever? What do you do for the rest of your life? And they don't think of what to do. And I have suggested that AU should establish, there are some universities now that AU, and give them office secretary. Let them first of all write their memoir. Secondly, let them go around and give talk. For a meeting like this, you get them to come and give talk. President Mahama will make them comfortable for the 2 or 3 nights that they will be here. President Jonathan will keep their company. I think we should not let them feel frustrated or idle. I will be specific. The former president of Republic of Benin, Boniyayi, was put in house arrest. And I was really, really worried. Almost every day he was calling me, what can I do? So I wasn't close enough to his predecessor to be able to approach him. And if I approach him and he didn't respond, what do I do? So I went to President Ouattara. I say, hey, you are doyen of Francophone leaders. Why don't you handle this? He said, no. He can't handle it. So I said, what else can I do now? So I jumped inside the plane and I went to Paris. I didn't book any appointment. And I went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Fortunately or unfortunately, the minister was not in town. So the ambassador who was on the desk of Africa desk received me, and I said, look, I have come here. First of all, he said, look, I cannot take you to my office. I will have to take you to the foreign minister's office and receive you there. I said, take me anywhere. So when we got to the foreign minister's office, I said, look, the first thing, what is French policy for Francophone Africa? He said, now we don't talk of Francophone Africa. French policy, first of all, is the security of 15% French population who are either of African descent or living in Africa. The second is we go for business, anywhere we can see business. The third is with you, 54, AU, we 27, if in international meeting we come together, we should carry the day. I said, all right, thank you very much. Now, I come to talk about the situation in the Republic of Benin. And he said, no, we cannot come into that. So, but then he said to me, talk to President Kagame, and President Kagame may be able to solve the problem for you. Now, I have to go to Paris to get solutions for. So, of course, I'm very close to President Kagame. So I phoned President Kagame. 48 hours later, President Kagame had done it. President Boniai has been released from house arrest. Now, what I'm saying here, you say what the problem of the young ones must also be of interest, not only nationally, but regionally and continentally.
Yes.
And where possible, we should help them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Baba, I know my sister there is going to kill me, but we just started a conversation. I want to incredibly thank President Jonathan for associating UNDP, but most precisely to thank President Obasanjo and my sister Charlotte. Again, democracy is not a result, it's a process that needs to be nurtured. Thank you so much. Please give them a round of applause.
Oh my God. I need a young man up here to compete with His Excellency. Let's give them another round of applause. Unfortunately, it is time that isn't our best ally. Otherwise, I am sure we have all enjoyed the very experienced Obasanjo, Baba himself, and the anecdotes he has shared throughout his life journey. Thank you so very much, Charlotte, as well. May we grow to the ripe old age of Baba, and may our minds be still as sharp when we get there. Thank you very much, and we're almost at the end of today's program. It is us that is between ourselves and lunch. We see that the Chief of Staff is here with us, the Honorable Julius Debra, who is ready to give us his vote of thanks. But I'd like to do two things. I had announced that we were going to take some 1-minute remarks from some individuals. Because time is fast spent, please allow me to just select 2 representatives, one from civil society, one from government, and the task is simple: share your call to action with all of us in less than a minute if you can. So I'm going to call on Musa Kondo, representing civil society from Mali, to come to the mic. If you can share the mic to him briefly. What might a call to action be like if we were to protect democracy from dying. Please, no preamble, straight to the point, sharp, strong point of action, call to action. After which I would call on the Speaker of the Liberian representatives here to also make a statement on behalf of government. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Excellencies, thank you so much, President Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, for making this happen. Thank you, Baba, for your mentorship, not just for Nigerians, but for all Africa, as Mr. Gerard just mentioned. Without serving humanity, we cannot serve God. I've read this in Baba's house. Today, I just want to end this democracy dialogue, invite the call for all our brothers and sisters in the AES Sahel regions, Mali, Burkina Faso, in Niger, who are in prison now because they have decided to stand for democracy. I want to invite you to have a deep thinking and thought for these individuals who have never given up and will continue to push. As they say, not pushing against someone specific, but continue to push for the ideal of democracy we want, the freedom of speech, the freedom of movement, the freedom of expressing ourselves. We have many of them now living in exile. Right. It's a great moment as we're celebrating democracy to think about them, to make them understand they are not alone. Wherever they are, whatever they're doing, we will always stand by them, by the side. And I will end by thanking so much President Goodluck Jonathan for whatever you've done for Mali during the mediation work you've been doing, and Anne, who've been going back and forth, and the whole team of the foundation. And I will never end up with saying thank you, Baba, for your guiding us as African youth, also your very constructive and productive advice. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. The Honorable Richard Nagbe Kun from Liberia would now make the call to action on behalf of government.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me recognize His Excellency, former President Goodluck Jonathan, His Excellency, former President Obasanjo, and all other dignitaries here present. You know, as a lecturer of a state-run university in Liberia, when I was told by the funder of this foundation that you may remark, I started doing some research, but be as it may, I cannot read all of what I've done because of the time we are standing against. As a Speaker of Liberia's House of Representatives, I see firsthand the role Parliament was playing, not only in legislating, but in safeguarding democratic soul of our nations. Let us leave this dialogue not only with ideas, but with commitments to transparency, to inclusion, and to the kind of leadership that places people above power. I want to say thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the foundation. Thank you to the organizer. I hope to participate in next year's dialogue. God bless you.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellency, as well. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, shall we welcome with a round of applause Ghana's Chief of Staff at the Office of the Presidency of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Julius Debra.
Your Excellencies, President Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and founder of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, distinguished keynote speaker Bishop Matthew Hassan Kuka, esteemed ambassadors and members of the diplomatic corps, distinguished speakers, panelists and discussants, ladies and gentlemen,
Good afternoon to you all. On behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama and the government and people of Ghana, I extend our deepest gratitude to His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Jonathan and the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation for making Ghana a part of the incredible successful run for the Democracy Dialogue series. We are profoundly honored to have co-hosted this crucial conversation on the theme, Why Democracies Die. Ghana is particularly delighted to host this prestigious event, not just because we proudly play a pivotal role in championing democratic governance on our continent, but also because President Mahama's unwavering commitment to making Accra the undisputed center for meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions in the West African sub-region. This dialogue is a testament to that vision. Moreover, these gatherings significantly enhance the already strong and fraternal relationship between Ghana and our brothers and sisters in Nigeria, fostering a deeper bond rooted in shared values and aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, over the course of today, we have engaged in profound and at times unsettling discussions on the fragile nature of democracy. The theme, Why Democracies Die, is not a theoretical exercise. It is a stark mirror reflecting the real and present dangers facing our continent's democratic progress. Democracies really die with a certain violent bang. They die by 1,000 cuts through subtle, incremental actions that erode the very foundations upon which they stand. We have seen, tragically, across our continent, how promising democratic journeys can be derailed when constitutional provisions are brazenly manipulated or amended solely for self-perpetuation, disregarding the will of the people and the spirit of the law. This is a poison that saps faith in democratic transition. The independence of vital state institutions, such as the judiciary, electoral commissions, and anti-corruption bodies, is undermined or politicized, turning them into instruments of power rather than guardians of justice. The voice of dissent is stifled, civil society repressed, and the free and independent media is intimidated or weaponized with misinformation and propaganda, denying citizens the information needed to make informed choices. Electoral processes lose their integrity, becoming a sham where results are predetermined and the sanctity of the ballot box is violated. Corruption becomes endemic and unchecked, eroding public trust, diverting resources meant for national development into private pockets, thus weakening the state's capacity to serve its citizens. And perhaps most insidiously, when political actors refuse to accept election results or incite violence and polarization, turning healthy competition into a dangerous confrontation. We have witnessed these scenarios unfold from countries where leaders sought unconstitutional third term to nations grappling with aftermath of contested elections and even military interventions. These are constant reminders of how precarious our democratic gains can be eroded. Yet, amidst these challenges, Ghana stands as an enduring example of democratic resilience and progress. Our journey has not been without its bumps and trials, but our unwavering commitment to constitutionalism, the peaceful transfer of power, and the rule of law has always seen us through. We are proud of our vibrant civil society, our fiercely independent media, and our consistent effort to resolve political disputes through dialogue and judicial processes. This, we believe, is how a democracy not only survives, but thrives. Therefore, as we conclude this enriching dialogue, let me offer a few recommendations that have emerged strongly today. We must continuously strengthen the autonomy and capacity of electoral bodies, judiciaries, and anti-corruption agencies shielding them from political interferences. Leaders must commit to respecting them terms all our youth to understand and defend their democratic rights. A vibrant, responsible, and fearless media is indispensable for holding power to account and fostering healthy public discourse. As political actors, we must prioritize national interests over partisan gains, a point President Mahama never stops making, to foster an environment where differences are resolved through peaceful dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, the call to action for this democracy dialogue 2025 is clear. We must be eternally vigilant. We must collectively guard our democracies against the subtle machination that seeks to undermine them. Our collective future, the future of our generation to come, depends on it. On behalf of His Excellency President Mahama, I once again thank President Goodluck Jonathan, President Olusegun Obasanjo, Bishop Kuka, and all other distinguished guests, speakers, and panelists for your invaluable contributions. You have sparked vital conversation and laid the pathway for action. May we all carry the lessons learned today and apply them in our respective sphere, ensuring that democracy in Africa does not merely survive, but truly flourishes. I wish you all a safe journey back home to your destinations. God bless you all.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Honorable Julius Deborah, Chief of Staff, Office of the President, Republic of Ghana, and to the moment we have all been waiting for. Indeed, uneasy lies the head that wears the crown, and if any individual epitomizes the thinking that leadership never ends, it is our next speaker, the vision bearer, the one who continued to lead long after he has left office, telling all of us that leadership is lifelong. Therefore, with a standing ovation and a round of applause, shall we welcome to the podium the founder and chairman of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation, His Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ibele Jonathan. Please, with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please be seated. We'll spend quite some time, so I wouldn't bore you by going through my written speech. I will just give a little summary so that we'll be able to leave. First, let me really thank the President of the Republic of Ghana, my good friend, President Mahama, for agreeing to host us, and the government of Ghana. You will agree that a topic like this, how democracies die, there are some countries in Africa that the presidents will never allow you to go and have conversation along this line. Definitely they will not. But immediately we mentioned to Mahama, he accepted to participate fully. That shows that Ghana is a country that democracy is thriving. Let me congratulate the Republic of Ghana, my good brothers and sisters, and I will only say, keep it up. Let me sincerely appreciate my father, President Obasanjo. Of course, we've said all about him. Somebody who was a military head of state in Nigeria, member of the eminent persons group in Africa, become a civilian president for 8 years, and is still on African leadership. of democracy and leadership in Africa. Somebody mentioned the issue of a new partnership for African development. He initiated it. So I have to thank him, thank Bishop Kuka for coming, and all other speakers, my good friend, the president of ECOWAS, and all of you that are here with us. And let me sincerely appreciate those who came from Nigeria on their own. You pay your transport, pay your hotel bills to come and encourage us. I have to sincerely thank you on behalf of the foundation. We have said much about the issues of democracy. We've listened to Bishop Kuka and all the other conversations, so I don't really don't want to add more. The issue of whether democracies die or not, President Obasanjo said disagree with Bishop Kuka. Well, if you look at democracies like in science, when you talk about population of animals, theoretically populations don't die, they can only decline. But individuals die. So if you go with that concept, you begin to ask how will democracies die? But even populations that scientifically you cannot say population has died. But populations go into extinction. And that's why nobody sees dinosaurs again. So either democracy is going into extinction or democracy is dying in Africa. But the key thing is not even the terminology. All those terms are more figurative or metaphorical in terms of uses. They may not be necessarily literal. But if you listen to what is happening in the U.S. now, their foreign policy regarding Africa south of the Sahara, where they are saying that they are no longer going to be too interested in any form of government that we run in our countries, but they will be more interested in the economies of the nations and how the citizens survive. That is very dangerous. By implication, whether it's military or dictatorship is not a problem to them, as long as the citizens are happy. And that is why we need to have this occasional dialogue to interrogate the concept of democracy. Kuka did mention, and others, the forms of democracy. Yes, in Africa we have practiced different forms of democracy. If we take a country like Nigeria, for example, the First Republic was a parliamentary system. Then, of course, during the Second Republic, we now adopted the American presidential system. But our presidential system appears to even be stronger than that of America, because our Senate president is stronger than the American Senate president, which is the vice president. So, if you take Tanzania, they started, Julius Nyerere started with one-party system because he wanted all his people to unite so that the country will not divide along tribe and religious section. And probably that's one of the things unique about Tanzania, that the political divide is narrower than countries like Nigeria, because the founding fathers felt that there must be something they will introduce to encourage unity, and they operated in one-party system. Because now they have migrated to the popular multi-party system. But keenly, there are two things I have to mention. When I was the vice president, I received one of the members of the Presidential College of Switzerland. And I think it's Switzerland. And we were discussing about the issue of governance and so on. And I said that their fathers, their founding fathers, felt that giving so much power to one person, called a president, is very dangerous to people. And that they opted that they will not have a president. So every time they have more people that come together to manage the country and make the parliament rather strong, because the parliament represents all sections of the country. And they have the most stable politics today. Though with minimal resources, the economy is one of the strongest. Because the fight against rulership, like in Nigeria, north or south or east or west, is not there. And I believe that the political scientists and the lawyers in Africa, we must also be looking at some of these issues.
do we really create a unique system of government? The traditional theoretical democracy, is it really working? Frankly speaking, it's not working. Though there's this debate of, it comes up here, whether a president that is doing well can continue to stay on and on and on. And it's almost like a philosophical debate, because sometimes when you are questioned as a former president, I find it difficult to answer. I think UNDP man raised that with me in the Gambia. I said, when I became a vice president, I didn't know I was going to be a president anyway, but somehow instinctively I just felt that what happened to these Asian tigers? Some of these Asian countries that, in Nigeria especially, with Singapore and others, Malaysia, we were at the same level. In fact, in the late 50s to early 60s, we were even better in some parameters, but now they are almost entered first world or near first world. We are still down. What happened within this period? How long does it take them? And what are the key things? And some group of friends said, okay, I should not worry, they were going to do the research for me. And they did investigation for me, and when they came back as a summary, it took between 30 to 40 years for these countries to move from where we are today in Nigeria, Ghana, to where they are, from third world to first world or near first world. Just 30, 40 years. It was not within the lifetime of anybody. But the funny thing, which I always find it difficult to mention so that I'm not misquoted, is that, and it tallies with some of the questions the asked and Obasanjo tried to explain, but it was difficult to explain. Most of them, those countries within those short periods were managed by dictators. So sometimes it's very difficult for you if you know what happened in society. And of course, if you know that in the parliamentary system practiced by Britain, I don't know how many years Margaret Thatcher stayed as a prime minister, or maybe a place like Germany, the Chancellor of Germany, you can stay there for 40 years if you continue to win your elections. So we Africans must begin to look at governance. The problem in Africa is our electoral system. People manipulate the elections to be there by all means. If we are doing proper elections and if you are not doing well, people will vote. But in this case, people use government instruments to perpetuate themselves in power, even when the people don't want them. But it's always a difficult question to answer. Don't even ask me because I don't have an answer. But let me really thank all of you for this. We even talk about youth leadership. And one thing I personally believe is that the youth, I may be wrong, are not necessarily looking for political offices. Why it appears like a country like Nigeria, why it appears as if it is a political office, is that is the only business in the country. Where the economy is doing well and young people will find jobs or find businesses that will do, most of them in politics will not even go for politics. I was just an assistant director when I was approached to become a deputy governor of my state, and I was extremely reluctant. It's a story for another day. But if it is like, maybe if I had no job, I would have jumped on it 2 times. But because I had a source of income, and I was happy with what I was doing, I never wanted it. So I believe the young people themselves, it's because of the economies of our countries that this issue of the youth restiveness and so on is becoming so pronounced. So even civil society should interrogate this. In Nigeria, we have experienced young people that have managed the country. Of course, the First Republic, I cannot say their ages, but looking at history and the ages of those people at the time they died, they were very young people. After the death of the First Republic, the military took over, and they were young military officers. In fact, Goodwill, who was first military head of state, was a bachelor. He was not even married at the time he became head of state. He was 32 going 33, a young bachelor. He was our president.
In my state then, Rivers State, because then Nigeria had 12 states, the SPIF was 24 going 25. They became the military governor of Rivers State. But they did very well. And that's one of the things I want to emphasize. If you look at the cabinet of Gowon then, he had quite senior experienced people that worked with him. People like Chief Obafemi Awolowo was his vice, and a very experienced person. If you go to my state, Rivers State then, there was a time King Spiff told all his commissioners were older than him. He was just about 25 years old. All his commissioners were older than him. And there was a story he told me. There was a day he called one commissioner and asked him to go and do something. And the commissioner turned and said, "My son, we will not do it this way." Said, "My son, we will not do it this way. But don't worry, we'll get this thing done." Because for you to run a state, you run a country, you need a bit of experience. It's not about punching computer or any smart device. So the young people, to succeed, you also need the wisdom and the knowledge of the older people. I will encourage young people to hold offices, including, of course, somebody of 20-something years can manage big businesses, can also manage the country. If you have good people working with you, it's possible. So I'm not saying there should be even age limit to become president of any country. Depends on how people see the individual. But let us not assume that just because somebody is young, that they will succeed. That is not true. For you to succeed, you will need the wisdom and experience of the older people. So once again, let me, on behalf of the Goodwill Jonathan Foundation and the government of the Republic of Ghana, thank all of you for coming to participate in this dialogue. I'm happy the Speaker of the Liberian Parliament said he will continue to participate in this kind of dialogue. Please, all of you, to continue to participate with us. We try to make it annual. We need to really have a constant discussion on democracy in Africa. If we don't, well, Bishop Kuka said that democracy don't die, but if we don't, the level of decline will get to a point that probably democracy will go into extinction. Thank you all.
Indeed, another round of applause. May we not get to that point that democracy dies under our watch. Thank you so very much, His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, Chair and Founder of the Goodluck Jonathan Foundation. Please, another round of applause. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is how we will be drawing the curtain on today's very profound dialogue. Please take your seats. We are going to do something for a few minutes, and we want to acknowledge specifically a number of people who have worked together to make this a success. I'm going to start first to acknowledge the presence of all of our students here. Please rise. All the students rise. Yes, they are tomorrow's leaders. And our message to all of you is today you are present in a hall with great leaders and former presidents and sitting presidents. You have no excuse than to succeed. You have seen and heard enough motivation and inspiration. And so we bear you up in positivity. May your studies become successful. Please, let's give them another round of applause. Thank the leadership of Anne and the planning committee members, the staff of Goodluck Jonathan Foundation who have worked tirelessly to bring us to this point. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. And also the staff of the Ghana planning team under the leadership of Stan Dogbe, the Honorable Deputy Chief of Staff. Please give them a round of applause as well. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the technical team that set up this beautiful hall from yesterday. They've been here, and all of them, please give them all a round of applause. And to the media who have been here, we thank you for your presence and your coverage, and we know you're going to write very positive stories about today's dialogue. Please give the media a round of applause as well. And you may also kindly give me a round of applause. My name is Shamima Muslim. I'm the Deputy Presidential Spokesperson, and I'm utmostly grateful that you helped me do great work today. On behalf of the President of Ghana, his Chief of Staff, and His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, I would like to say thank you to all of you. So give all of you a big round of applause for participating. Thank you. May the conversations continue. And we wish all of you a safe journey back to your countries, back to your homes, and back to your offices. Thank you so very much. Until next time, it is bye-bye from us here in Ghana, Accra, the heart of the world. Thank you.
I came with the spirit of Sunday, I can never be afraid.